We do have 8 o'clock here. Is everyone ready? Alright. We will call the meeting to order. It's 8 o'clock. Can everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak for public discussion? Alright, hearing none. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda and minutes. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Alright. We have the safety committee meeting minutes in our packet. Anyone have any questions on them? Don, anything you wanna say?
Pardon me?
Anything you wanna highlight on
I
that?
don't think there's anything that's needing further review. Just look at the minutes, and next Wednesday will be the wellness meeting already, so we're already coming around to that.
Okay. And then wellness is next on our agenda, so we can acknowledge them. Dan, you're up for monthly update.
Alrighty.
Don was first with general assistance.
Oh,
That's okay, go ahead.
oh, sorry.
Alright,
That's fine.
okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Just got back from my spring conference. My update for my department for the end of March was pretty busy. Had 34 phone calls, 94 messages, 48 walk-ins and referrals. We have 38 scheduled appointments in the office. We did 3 veterans transport, got 3 sets of hearing aids done, and completed 108 records for VA into submission. Currently the system, VA system, I have 1,205 records that I'm tracking. I've got 39 claims submitted to VA for action. 6 are ready for decision. I'm working on 21 currently for development. 1 supplemental claim in appeals, and we were able to get 1 VA healthcare re-enrollment done that particular month. Still reserved for the national conference in Denver next month, so I'll be heading out there. Completed our training for the spring conference here in Johnston last week. As far as outreach activities, completed the activities with the St. Patrick's Day Parade, Emmitsburg and Whittemore. Working right now with VA to reestablish the mobile medical unit. Have been contacted by VA. We're looking to try and get that in place, set up, and try and get some specific routine visits to the county. First one is scheduled for July 1st. And I think Tammy, you helped me with getting that room. So I've got to touch base on a little more planning with them, and we're going to try and reestablish that with the veterans and what that is. And you'll see some of that in your handout as well. What that is to basically bring general medical services to the veterans in Northwest Iowa, where they don't have to travel so far to go down to Fort Dodge or Mason City or Des Moines. So there'll be more to follow on that. Also looking to plan on the attending the breakfast, county intern breakfast in May and the county breakfast in July. Still working on my SOP. I got some updates that I've started on. I'm about a third of the way through it. So I pushed that back to May for my commissioners. One of the things that I'll be discussing with my commissioners right now, looking for additional drivers. One of my drivers has some heart issues, so I pulled him off. I don't have the specifics yet because I haven't met with him, but for safety purposes, he's out of the rotation, at least for right now. I have another driver that drives part-time for me when he's available. That doesn't always work out, and I have another driver that's currently only gonna make runs to Mason City and Fort Dodge because he doesn't like handling the traffic in Des Moines. So I gotta work on that. Monthly snapshot for March. March's awards, $5,907.07. Retroactive benefits were $9,617.19. The standard snapshot for the ad hoc reports you have there in front of you. Just note the veterans compensation piece, that is as of the beginning of this year. So that's why it didn't roll over from last year. I'm just going from year to year. The accrued benefits as well, which would be something that I started tracking, and that's monies and benefits owed to the veteran even though they passed, so it would go to the estate or to the family. That's $136,051.60. Currently there's no real updates from the VA regional office other than continuing with the PACT Act enrollments and striving to reduce the backlog of claims. I'm going to continue to focus on the newest eligible veterans to file claims under that legislation, and then also focusing on the VA healthcare enrollments. Currently awaiting the Iowa Veterans Home minutes from the last meeting. I'll share those with you once I receive them. I do have a U.S. Service Academy virtual information night that was in your packet. That's for April 29th and then April 30th with Senators Grassley and Ernst. For those that are interested, the high school students that may be looking to want to attend the military academy. So that will be taking place. The key thing also that I put in your packet was, as an association, we met with Governor Reynolds last week. She signed House File 259. That's significant legislation that the state association and key leadership team members were working for well over 6 to 7 years with our legislator to get some of this taken care of. And it is a game changer. A couple of things is it helps redefine what is a veteran under Iowa code to more closely match the federal guideline. The reason that the language was changed in that fashion was because you had service members in academies and higher levels of education that through their military training and while they were serving may have gotten injured. So they become eligible for some VA benefits, however they may not meet the current definition of veteran, so they can't take care of the rest of the veteran benefits such as military tax exemption, veteran driver's license, that sort of thing. So they'll be able to do that. The other thing is this legislation in House File 259 specifically allocates $3,000 for CVSO education at nationals. Our education falls under the Iowa Department of Veterans Affairs here shortly, with them having to provide one class annually for CVSOs and one class for commissioners. However, what's been removed was the requirement to meet the 16 continuing education units that are required in order to maintain the job. So the classes that are being taught and trained will be probably more along the lines of the various state programs to help bring us up to speed on that in addition to the refresher training. But you must get your CEUs at a national level. So therefore, all CVSOs, either present or newly hired, to acquire their initial accreditation at nationals and then annually every year to attend a national conference to maintain their CEUs. Now they can go to the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers conference, which is what I attend, or they can select a national conference either with the VFW, the American Legion, Vietnam Vets of America, and so on. And that will allow them to maintain their CEUs. Legislation also talked about having what is called a personal identification verification card, or they call it the PIV card. That's now a condition. Effective 1 July, it will become a requirement to have that in order to keep your job. So first part is the 16 CEUs at national. Second part is the PIV card that must be maintained. And In order to do that, there is some things that you have to go through to obtain that, because what will essentially happen as a county employee, what you get in return is you get a federally accredited and trained service officer. This person will have been basically accredited by a national organization. There would have been a federal background check, fingerprint, credit check, basic computer training, and then vetted in VA systems to use their computer systems and software. So that's a big step up. They will end up with a security clearance, most likely confidential, depending on their role or if they're actually going to be working in VA. Some key takeaways, got to meet with Esquire Christy Baglow of the Vets Consortium. She was a key speaker for us to help work with veterans that needed discharge upgrades. So we got some information on how to start the process with that and how to best take care of veterans who are looking to upgrade their discharge. Dr. Carrie Jackson was a Gulf War veteran and also a doctor and a former CMP examiner with VA. So we got to meet with her and discuss some of the pertinent issues unique to Gulf War veterans. Currently working with the education team on the spring survey from school to see how that went, and then posting the slides in addition to just kind of getting caught up, having been out of the office for a week. So, subject to your questions, that's all I have at this point in time. All right.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, bud.
Hey Kyle, you take them?
Yeah.
Oh, your sign's not
Oh,
on
mine's
the back.
Oh,
Oh,
There you go.
thank you.
Donna, if you're ready.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
Kind of keep it brief, I know you've got a full day. General assistance, I think the highlights, the moratorium ended April 1st, and as anticipated, that is a time of year where we see a lot of individuals with high utility bills. That is as expected. Community action has less funds, so that is creating kind of a barrier. Back-to-back funerals, one in March, couple in April, so that has really put a tightness to the end of the year for the budget. Not a lot of ability to do things, or we'll have to be very guarded until we can get through that period to assure that there'll be funding available. Again, transportation and form completion is probably the highlights. Individuals need help. Quite a few with the Medicaid reviews, they're losing their coverage because those reviews haven't been completed in a timely manner. And I think that's about it. If you have further questions, feel free to reach out to me.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks,
And then in our packet, we have the Kossuth Regional Health Center's adopted budget and certificate of taxes. Is there any questions on that? Otherwise, we will acknowledge that. Then, next up is the elected official compensation schedule by resolution 04/23/2401, which is in our packet. Is there any discussion? If not,
Need a motion?
yep, I'd entertain a motion for this resolution. Okay, moved by Jar, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
And what does the resolution state?
this includes a 0% increase for all elected officials. Any further discussion from the board? Roll call vote, please.
Plath,
Yes.
Jerks,
Yes.
Wactor,
Yes.
Nath,
Yes.
Stecker.
Yes. Motion carried, unanimous. And sign here. Alright. And this is this paper.
Which one, which resolution is
I don't think the others had the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I thought you double checked.
That's figured I'd catch that before we signed it. Okay. Thank you. There's that copy. And that concludes our agenda until 8:30. We will open the public hearing for the budget. We have about 15 minutes here in between.
I was here, like it shows a positive number for budget, which is re-estimated. Positive percentage. And that, this number is lower than that number, but then here, this number's higher than that number, so.
You might.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would include amendments and stuff. That's the total call. That's just for that one.
Okay, yeah.
It's gonna be raining, it's gonna be warm rain, it's gonna be cold. If you look at the forecast, tomorrow night, and it's like, so you better hold on. Last year I didn't start till 11:30. So I had 415 days straight here this year. We saw one floor. Shit, you guys. 24 road, it's gonna be 3 rounds or 4 hours, I'm going back and forth, and forth. This morning, the motion from last night, just that they're out. And once one morning, they blow, it's like flash it up again.
It's not constant.
Down my area, with all the rest of the gas, the other, schools you can't drive down, you can't see, you can't have. The dirt's in there.
I didn't think to get water before the meeting started, so. Check. I tried to get through all the signing, so really.
This is a very.
Yeah, I laid it off the table.
Yeah.
Yep.
This was the one Super Bowl, what was the other one?
I'll check that out. Trying to get here on time. Yeah.
It's not one.
Yeah. Gravel. That gets rolled off there pretty easy usually if it's light. If it's light, it'll be gone in a couple days of traffic. That'd be easier to see that way for everyone on the screen. unless you have a preference, even if you'd rather have some of mine on.
Get your chainsaw out and cut the pole off. Yeah.
Yeah,
Get out of the room. Yeah. There's something down. Yeah, it's one
Karen, the packets are on the back table. The packets are on the back table.
God. Marines paper. Donna, are those Marines papers or yours? Are those your papers?
My papers.
Okay, didn't know if they were Marines. or-
No, they're mine. For later.
Okay. For the visas. no. Alright. Well, we have 8:30, so I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing for the budget.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? We need roll call on this. Roll call.
Plath,
Yes.
Jerks,
Yes.
Wactor,
Yes.
Nath,
Yes.
Stecker.
Yes. Perfect, thank you. The budget public hearing is open. I will.
Good morning. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Tammy Eden, the Kossuth County Auditor. This morning, I'm going to be presenting the budget that the board has worked on since January for fiscal year 24-25. And that budget will take effect July 1st of this year. First, before I get started, I want to send a huge thank you to Adam and the engineer's office. Every year, Adam takes the numbers that we give him and turns them into this PowerPoint presentation. So without Adam helping us, it would be a lot more work for us. So I extend a huge thank you to Adam and the engineer's office for all their work that they do. Also to my staff, Melissa's here. She's going to help with the presentation this morning, and my whole staff who helps tremendously through this process, picking up the slack of the stuff that I can't do when we're in the middle of budget season. So thank you to them as well. This is really informal, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I don't expect you to wait till the end if you have a question about something so you don't forget what it is. So we'll go ahead and get started. The first slide that we're going to talk about is going to be our current fiscal year tax examples. So the pie graph on the left-hand side shows the property tax distribution from a property in the city of Algona. 46.8% of that goes to the city of Algona, 29.9% goes to the Algona school, 14.5% goes to Kossuth County, 3.25% goes to County Trust, 3.4% goes to Community College, and EMS receives 2.2%. The pie graph on the right-hand side shows the property tax distribution from a property in Burt Township. 52% goes to the Algona school, 33.5% to Kossuth County, 5.9% to the Community College, 3.9% to the Township, and 3.9% to County EMS, and 0.8% to the County Trust. On the next slide, I'm going to talk about the county's revenue details. The numbers that I'll be going through are under budget 24-25 on the right-hand side. Taxes levied on property will be $11,550,097. Less credit to taxpayers of $352,136 for a net current property tax of $11,197,961. Penalties, interest, and costs on taxes are $24,000. Other county taxes, $6,300. Local option sales tax, $1,172,217. TIF revenues of $143,368. Utility replacement taxes, $599,201, which brings the subtotal to $1,921,086. Intergovernmental revenue, state shared revenues in the amount of $6,373,134. State replacements against levied taxes, $352,136. Other state tax replacements, $265,207. State and federal pass-through revenues, $30,000. Contributions from other intergovernmental units, $369,937. State grants and entitlements, $810,777. Payments in lieu of taxes, $11,500, which brings the subtotal to $8,212,691. Licenses and permits, $41,000. Charges for services, $1,315,822. Use of money and property, $444,135. Miscellaneous, $144,641, for a total revenue of $23,301,336. Other financing sources include operating transfers in from general basic, $340,806, from rural services basic, $3,440,320, for a subtotal of $3,781,126. Proceeds in general long-term debt, $35,842. Proceeds from general fixed asset sales of $30,000, which brings our total revenue and other sources to $27,148,304. And if you add in the beginning fund balance from July 1st of 2024 of $9,004,495, it brings the total resources to $36,152,799. On the next slide, we're going to talk about our expenditures. The expenditures are broken down by service area. We're going to start with service area 1, which is public safety and legal services. This includes ambulance, county attorney, district court, medical examiner, and sheriff. And I'll just be reading the subtotals in each category. The law enforcement program, $3,590,869. Legal services program, $696,192. Emergency services, $2,112,862. Assistance to district court, $1,500. Court proceedings program, $23,413. Juvenile justice, $36,000, which total for service area 1 in public safety and legal services, $6,460,836. On the next slide is service area 3. This is physical health and social services. This includes general assistance, human services, mental health and general basic, elder bridge, sanitarian, and veterans affairs. The physical health services program, $120,572. Services to poor, $94,396. Services to military veterans, $107,289. Children and family services, $4,000. Services to other adults, $14,369, which brings our total to $340,626. The next slide is service area 6. This is county environment and education, which includes conservation, nature center, fair, historical society, libraries, and weed commissioner. Environmental quality program, $31,144. Conservation and recreation services, $655,907. County development programs, $290,368. Educational services, $116,000. Brings the total for service area 6 to $1,093,419. The next slide is service area 7, which is roads and transportation, which includes the engineer and secondary road. Secondary roads and administration and engineering, $905,900. Roadway maintenance, $5,326,850. General roadway expenditures, $3,826,700. Total roads and transportation, $10,059,450. The next slide is service area 8, which is government services to residents, which includes elections, township clerks, trustees, recorder, and treasurer. Representation services program, $121,456. State administrative services, $942,451, which brings the total to $1,063,907. The next slide is service area 9, which is administration. This includes the annex, the auditor, courthouse, election center expenses, custodians, IT, GIS, unemployment, CPA audit, supervisors, and human resources. Policy and administration program, $1,550,088. Central services program, $1,401,624. Risk management services program, $773,400, which brings the total administration to $3,725,112. The next slide is service area 0, which is non-program expenditures, disbursements, and other financing uses. This includes conservation, REAP, conservation reserve, crisis intervention, transit, technical services, care team, ISAC, RSVP, and tourism. Non-program current expenditures, $71,032. Capital projects, $2,230,000, which brings the total expenditures to $25,044,382, and that is for all service areas. Operating transfers out are $3,781,126. This brings our ending fund balance projected for June 30th, 2025 to $7,327,291, which brings our total expenditures to $152,799. On the next slide, I'm going to break this information down into pie graphs, and this is what it looks like for the 24-25 revenue. Where's our revenue coming from? 34.5% is coming from property tax, 27.8% is our beginning balance, 25.4% is intergovernmental, 5.9% is other tax, 4.1% is charge for service, 1.4% is use of money, and 0.9% is miscellaneous. The total revenue, including the beginning fund balance, is $32,371,673. The next slide breaks down into pie graphs where the money is going. 31% is going to roads and transportation, 22.6% is the ending fund balance, 20% public safety, 11.5% administration, 7.1% non-program and capital projects, 3.4% county environment, 3.3% government services, 1.1% health and social services, for total expenditures of $32,371,673. In the next slide, we're going to take those expenditures and subtract the ending fund balance. So without the ending fund balance, 40.2% goes to roads and transportation, 25.8% to public safety, 14.9% to administration, 9.1% to non-program expenditures, 4.4% to county government, 4.2% to government services, 1.4% to health and social services, for total expenditures minus the ending balance of $25,044,382. On the next slide, our estimated beginning balance for July 1st of 2024 is $8,936,268. 11.59% is secondary road, 47.83% general fund, 37.04% rural services, and 3.54% in others. The next slide is our estimated ending fund balance, June 30th, 2024. That balance equals $7,327,291. 38.64% is rural services. 52.91% is general fund. 2.12% is secondary road, and 6.33% is others. On the next slide, I'm going to show the fund history of general basic, general supplemental, and rural basic over the last 3 years and where we are in this current fiscal year. On your printouts, it cut off the last part of the last column, but it is up on the screen, so it will show that last column up there if you want to look up there. So in 2021, $8,461, $8,461,362 of revenue went into general basic. $1,438,626 of that was ARPA funds, which is the American Rescue Plan, which means COVID funds, bringing the total without ARPA to $7,022,736. General basic had $6,454,983 in expenses, with no ARPA expenses, for a total of $6,454,983, for a net of $567,753. In 2021, $2,263,037 went into general supplemental. General supplemental had $2,132,474 in expenses, for a net of $130,563. In 2021, rural basic had $3,442,542 in revenue and $3,026,498 in expenses, for a net of $416,044. We're going to keep moving down on the chart. So if we go to 21, 22, hold that up here. $8,137,480 went into general basic. Of that, $1,438,626 was ARPA, for general basic without ARPA of $6,698,854. Expenses were $7,995,135, for a net of $142,345. ARPA expenses $1,081,314, for a net of $357,312, and without ARPA, general basic was $6,913,821, for a net of $214,967 negative. That doesn't mean there's a negative fund balance. That just means that our revenue was less than what our expenses were. And to try to explain this a little bit, so we received ARPA funds, $1.4 million in 2021 and 21-22, but none of our revenue or none of our expenses were incurred until 21-22. So we're going to show bigger revenues those first 2 years, but we're not going to have any expenses that first year, so they're going to carry on to the next 2 years. In general supplemental, for 21-22, we had $2,273,958 in revenue, $2,054,268 in expenses, for a net of $219,690. Rural basic revenue, $3,476,052, expenses $2,904,827, for a net of $571,225. In 22-23, general basic had revenue of $6,805,648, of which $339,225 was ARPA, which brings their general basic revenue to $6,466,423. Our expenses were $8,462,648, of which $841,688 was ARPA, for a total of $7,620,960. That brings our net for general basic without ARPA to $1,154,537. General supplemental in 22-23. That's where I am, right? Got lost.
Yep.
Our revenue, $2,336,426. Expenses, $2,140,988, for a net of $195,438. Rural basic revenue, $3,364,306. Expenses, $2,904,400, for a net of $459,906. In 23-24, we're not done with 24 yet, so this is just to date. Our revenue in general basic, $6,624,428. Our expenses, $6,725,288. No ARPA revenue, and so far $272,790 in expenses. Our general basic revenue without ARPA was $6,624,428, and our expenses $6,452,498, which brings our general basic net without ARPA to $171,930. General supplemental revenue, $2,098,513. Expenses, $1,874,652, which brings our net to $223,861. Revenue for rural basic, $2,872,289. Our expenses, $2,448,125, for a net of $424,164. Our next slide talks about 23-24 tax levy example in the city of Algona. So if you have a house assessed at $109,020, you take that by 0.546501, which is the state rollback, equals $59,579.54. If you multiply that by $33.8364 per 1,000, which is our millage rate, equals $2,015.96. You subtract the homestead credit of $164.11, you'll come up to the net tax of $1,851.85. Of that $1,851, 46.22 goes to the city of Algona, 29.49 goes to Algona schools, 9.85% goes to county general basic, 3.93 general supplemental, 3.32 community college, 3.19 to the hospital, 2.22 to county EMS, 0.82 to the assessor, 0.50 to county rural services, 0.45 to ag extension, and 0.01 state levies. And the next slide, I'm going to take the same year. This is going to be a levy example in Burt Township. The tax example is 160 acres at $1,419 average an acre. It equals $227,040 in assessed value times the state rollback of 0.9164300 equals $208,066.27. If you multiply that times the millage rate of 20.51794 per thousand, it equals $4,269.09. If you subtract the ag land and family farm credit of $237.20, you get the net tax of $4,031.89. Of that net tax, 48.63 goes to the school district, 17.06 goes to county general basic, 7.7 goes to county rural services, 6.48 goes to county general supplemental, 5.48 to area college, 5.26 to the hospital, 3.66 to county EMS, 3.62 to the township, 1.36 to the assessor, 0.74 to ag extension, and 0.01 to state levies. On the,
These 23, 24, 25.
no, 23, 24, they're last year's, yep. In the last slide I'm going to talk about today, it talks about past, current, and proposed tax examples for two different properties. In 22-23, we're taking a land that had a taxable value of ag land of $202,188. In 22-23, the general basic levy rate was $3.50. General supplemental was $1.44062. A rural basic 1.74988, which had the total levy of $6.69. The taxes on that property, general basic saw $707.66, general supplemental $291.28, rural basic $353.80, which is a total of $1,352.74. If you take that same property to 23-24, the general basic levy is the same. General supplemental is $1.33. EMS now is added in there for 75 cents, and rural basic is $1.58, which brings the total levy to $7.16. That property is now valued at $208,096. brings the total of those taxes to $1,489.96, which is a change in previous dollars of $137.23, which is 10.14%. That same property for this next fiscal year, 24-25, will be valued at $212,023. General basic at 3.5, general supplemental 1.6, EMS 0.75, and rural basic 1.54902, which is a total levy of 7.39902. The total taxes in 24-25 will be $1,568.76, which is a change of $78.79, which is 5.29%. Now we're going to go to a town property. In 22-23, the value of that property was $57,835.41. The general basic levy rate was $3.50, general supplemental 1.44062, for a total of $4.94062, for a total tax of $285.74. In 23-24, that property is now valued at $59,579.54. The levies for general basic is 3.5, general supplemental 1.33, now EMS of 75 cents, which brings the total to $5.58, which is a total in taxes on that property of $332.45, which is a change from the previous year of $46.71, which is a 16.35% difference. That same property in this next fiscal year will be valued at $56,982.18. The general basic levy rate 3.5, general supplemental 1.6, EMS 75 cents, which brings a total of $5.85. The total taxes will be $333.35, which is a change of 89 cents, which is a percentage of 0.27%. And that ends the budget presentation. And I'll turn on the lights, and if you have any questions for the board, you can go ahead.
Can you go back to the slide on the funds?
On the what?
The one that was cut off at the end? This one on history?
Do you want the lights back off, Roger?
No, I just didn't get the last couple numbers there that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I can print you that too, Roger, if you want.
That's fine.
I'm Lori Peterson from the Benton Public Library. If we could turn back to Service Area 6 for just a second, please. I just wanted to clarify something. So as I'm looking on that page, it appears that for the next fiscal year, you're going to be cutting approximately $223,000. Is that correct? Compared to last year's. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes, okay. And of that budget coming up for our next fiscal year, of the $223,000, $188,000 is being cut from the library budgets, correct? Okay,
Yeah.
which means $35,000 is being taken from other departments. So it's hard for me to believe that libraries have not been deliberately and disproportionately targeted in cuts under Service Area 6. When you look at $183,000 out of $223,000 is coming right on the backs of the libraries. I came today speaking as a resident and as the librarian in Fenton to just remind all of the supervisors that we are going to hold you accountable. So on July 9th, when you meet again, we will be here and we will be expecting that you will have looked at this and that you have seriously thought about what you are going to be doing to the communities of Kossuth County. Thank you.
thank you.
just kind of to comment on that, the libraries come out of rural services, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
So the fund balance is more than 25%, the ending fund balance. So I guess I would like to request that after July, because I know you could not do that this, right now, and make that change the day before the budget hearing. I would really like to request that you use that fund balance to give the libraries back their money. There's plenty of money in that fund balance. It is way over the 25% threshold. So I guess I don't even understand why it was cut to begin with that healthy of a fund balance. Can anyone answer why it was cut with the ending fund balance going to be over the 25% threshold?
Did that happen when we were moving the numbers around with the health insurance and stuff?
No,
That was not.
no. I laid out my reasons yesterday. If you want me to
I know, I
repeat,
did.
I can, but.
Well, yeah, I would like to know. I was unable to be here or watch the video
So,
before now.
does anyone?
Just a quick, I know you guys gotta get moving, but
So prior to that reduction, we would have been looking at a projected deficit of about 735,000 of expenses and transfers versus revenue coming in.
okay, why though? I guess I don't understand, like, how do you go to a deficit to being 2.8 million at the end? That, I don't know the gap. What's the gap?
A substantial increase in transfers to secondary roads.
Well, the secondary road transfers are included in that though. In the rural services. I mean,
They are.
after you take that out, you still have a ending fund balance of 2.8 million.
But it'd be a projected deficit. Even right now, it's a projected deficit about 550,000.
That doesn't show on this sheet. It shows 2.8 million. Am I reading it incorrectly? There's no deficit, and you honestly can't have a budget with a deficit in a fund.
No, not a deficit of the fund, a deficit between the projected revenue and expenses.
Right, but you had enough, Tammy had that slide where it showed the differences and the money that was net. So the fund balance is still healthy. Even if you raise the transfers, the fund balance was still healthy enough to sustain the library's funding. Because if I did the calculation correct, your ending fund balance is more like 75%, not 25%. When you take the total requirements of the expenses times 25%.
Is that correct?
Right now, we would be projected to end at about 2.8 million. And right now, our expenditures and transfers would be in the 4 million ballpark, so yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just very respectfully asking
Yep.
that after July 1st, even though I think it's unnecessary that we're in a position where we're gonna have to possibly do a budget amendment to give them their funding back, because there's obviously money in that budget, I just kindly ask that you please give them that money back.
Does anyone else from the board have anything they wanna say?
Or at least make the cut a lot less than 75% to the library.
We feel targeted because it could have been, we can take 5% from each department, but instead we burned all the libraries to the ground.
Right.
75%. I know you said you don't go to libraries, but I don't go to the bar. That doesn't mean I want them closed. I don't come to the courthouse very often. Doesn't mean I want it to close. I understand things are important, but you literally targeted the libraries with that 75% figure. You have no idea what that's doing to us.
These small towns, the library is their meeting place.
It's all we've got.
This is where you check on senior citizens. If somebody hasn't showed up for a couple of days, you're gonna check on them.
We're not Algona.
Closed, there is no safety net. so
When
to
we
speak.
come in here for our budget proposal every year, and you ask us, what are you doing, how are you, how's it going? And you yes us and congratulate us on doing such great things for our county and the people in our towns, and then you're like, well, do it with this bag of peanuts and see how far that gets you. That hurts, because libraries aren't just a business, they're personal. It's not just books, it's people you are hurting. Who cares if we can't buy new books?
Yeah, it's also about the children, which is actually more important than anything.
You're hurting the kids.
Yeah, we
Yes.
gotta think of the future, where we're going, and it involves the kids. In any town or any situation, it always comes back to the kids, no matter what the problem is. And it's gonna give, it's just not right for the kids. They're more important than we are. They're our future.
Yeah, we
It's
lose
all
the
about
libraries, what do the kids have? Oh, they're going to start vandalizing and stealing and tearing up stuff because they've got no structured place to be.
The reality is, and you need to understand this, if our small libraries close, that is the death knell for our towns. Our senior citizens, our preschoolers, our kids who are afraid to go home, our people who don't have other resources or ways to get to Algona to get help, doing social work related things, that is all gone. Without the libraries, the towns will die.
I'd like to back off all this emotional stuff for a second though. And Kyle, you never have answered the question. Or none of you have ever answered the question, why did you take so much from the libraries? What was your rationale as to why you took the money from the libraries? I haven't heard that yet.
I can speak, yeah, I can.
Carter, what was the reasoning?
Just for me personally,
Okay.
the rationale, when we sat down on February 22nd to have that budget workshop, and we went back to the recording to watch that because I was a little confused on what numbers I was given at that time. That I was looking at the per capita funding for the libraries, and so when I looked at those numbers, there was a comment made that, well, it's not going to hardly affect the rural libraries, it's mostly going to affect Algona. And so I was looking at just those per capita numbers, which, to use Laurel Burn as an example, they would have lost about $1,500 in funding, which I was okay with, and we would do just fine with that. But then suddenly last week, and then, then to finish that, I believe in the attempt to explain to me, we got derailed to another subject, and it never came back to that. And so I had in my mind that Laverne Public Library was losing $1,500 in funding for the year, which is not true. And so last week, I get a phone call that you're cutting 75% of the library's budget, and that was news to me. And that's partly my fault too, and I did not dig enough into that. There's so many working parts of the budget that I didn't come back to that, and that's my fault too. But that was not what I was thinking in my head, that the libraries, because it would be closer to the tune of $12,000, $13,000 that they would be losing, using my community as an example. And so I feel absolutely terrible being in this position, and that's where I'm personally coming from. It was never really explained or corrected, and I didn't put two and two together that the number was that big of an impact, and I don't know why, but that's where I'm at there, and I have full intentions of resolving that and supporting the libraries come July.
Thank you, Carter. Could I ask though that each one of you tell us your reasoning for this decision? Because it's not just one person that makes the decision. One person can vote the way his conscience feels right. But all of you have a say in this. And so I would love it if you would just go down the line and tell us why you made this decision. It wasn't just his inexperience. There's two very experienced people on board. Would you like to start?
Well, I wanna make a comment to that, you know, similar to what Carter was saying, that, when it was kind of explained to me, the way I understood it was that, you know, if we changed from the divided payment, that we would go to the tech grant, and I thought that that was actually going to help the rural, you know, when we were talking with the numbers. And at that time, we were cutting back, you know, other areas on our, in the service area 6, you know, we were cutting back the economic development, we were cutting back the fair contributions and stuff. So when we were looking at the numbers, we were trying to cut back those expenditures. Since then, we have added back into some economic development, some back to the fair. And I'll admit that, you know, the libraries did get missed in that portion, and it was because I, you know, didn't fully understand the numbers that we were looking at, to, you know, how that divided payment was going out versus the tech grant dollars. Because we increased the tech grant dollars, and I was thinking that was going to actually help the rural libraries more than it would, you know, for the Algona library. So there was a little bit of confusion on the numbers there. And again, you know, same with Carter, I feel horrible for being in this position, having done that. And, you know, as yesterday I had made that motion that we were gonna, meet on July 9th with the expectation of getting that funding back to the libraries.
Okay, Mr. Jarks, you're my supervisor, so I'd like to hear from you why you approved the 75% cut.
Well, we were talking about using the lost money, which I guess went to the libraries in the past. And there was some discussion on taking all of the lost money and putting it into rural services. And that's kind of where I got lost in.
So you basically didn't know what you were doing?
No, we know what we were doing.
Oh, you did know what you were doing. You knew you were cutting at 75%.
I knew we were doing.
So what was your reason? I guess I still haven't gotten a good answer.
A long time ago, we voted to use the lost revenue for rural, basic, and for libraries. And when all the money needed to go to rural basic, there wasn't anything left for libraries at that time.
So you don't value the library?
I didn't say that.
Roger, I'm not an experienced board member by any means. That was not how it was explained in the transferring of local option sales tax.
Yeah.
Well, that's how local option sales tax worked in the past.
To my knowledge, local option sales tax has never directly gone to libraries, it's gone into the rural fund.
It went into the rural fund,
which
was used.
Libraries are paid out of the rural fund, so they are the same pot of money to some extent, but I don't think it's ever been specifically directed that way. Not to my knowledge.
Was that something we could change then?
I don't know.
That deals with the ballot language of when
Yeah.
that was voted on.
Yeah, I
don't believe so.
know that that's.
Just asking.
I'd like to make a comment. For years, first of all, of the 6 up there, 3 of you are naive enough to not see what was going on. 3 of you don't care. But the older ones, for years, you've been warned that that secondary road fund has been a gremlin. And you've been warned about it. You've allowed someone to handle it, and he fed it after midnight, and it got wet. And his I wants turned to we needs and turned into a monster we now have. You guys allowed a $900,000 amendment last summer with no resistance whatsoever. You're afraid of handling that monster. Now you expect all the taxpayers to live on less when you can't. Very few families have a 25% cushion in their budgets. When have you dropped below 20% in yours? And for how long did you stay below 20%?
You're talking the ending fund balance.
Ending fund balance.
So I believe that is state requirement that we have.
It's just a guideline.
Yeah,
It's a guideline.
Okay.
It's a guideline, but it's due to the calendar of when our fiscal year ends versus when property taxes start to come in. So
Yeah,
it's
that
it's
3-month
not
time period.
it's not as much of a want or desire, as
But
a need
when
to
have
be
you
able to
fallen
save.
below 20% and for how long?
Well, you can't fall below 20%, you can't pay your bills for the months you're waiting for the.
I understand. But when have you fallen below 20%? Never. Never.
Never have.
Never have.
I
And I hope
appreciate
we
that
never
man's
do.
comment, but we still haven't heard from the other board members about their reasoning for the cut. We need information so we can prepare for 29. I appreciate
No,
what
I-
you're saying.
These guys came to the Farm Bureau Board meeting in March. And they told us that they cut 200,000 from the libraries because it was an easy cut. That's exactly what
Is
they
that
said.
recorded? Can we get that
I doubt it
information?
was recorded, but that's exactly what was said out there.
Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate that very much.
That was the 1st of March, the first Tuesday of March. You guys, whoever was sitting there, not all of you were, but you said that was an easy cut.
Especially if you don't inform us that we're getting that cut.
We just found out, last week.
And we were not informed.
So again, I would just like the other members that weren't able to respond why they did this to have a chance to speak.
It's part of the discretional spending, that's the one thing we have control over, mostly because that's a board money that's spent outside of the realm of state mandates. And we were looking to reduce expenditures by approximately $1.7 million without having to raise taxes by 16%. We said yesterday we had land farmers come in here, they were looking at a $9 per acre increase in taxes. And they said that is not sustainable with prices where they're at today, going down, cash rents where they're at, their machinery costs are up.
Sure. I was wondering why you picked the libriaries to pick on old ladies and children.
We didn't just pick, we went through all the discretionary spending, and, we took money out of pretty much everything on there. We probably got a little heavy-handed on the library, I won't say that, but I guess we can't change that now, but we are gonna readdress that come January 9th, and I presume that we'll be able to find a way to replace that funding.
I'm
So
encouraged
we
by
can,
that.
you know, we can talk and point fingers and holler, yell and scream
Oh, I
and
don't mean to holler
make
and scream.
accusations, but I guess the thing to remember today is that yesterday we're going to take that up on January 9th.
July 9th.
I'm sorry, and we'll undoubtedly, we're gonna return, you know.
I'm encouraged by that. I just wanted to make sure everyone had a clear
Okay,
understanding.
it was a budget thing, I mean, we were looking at, like I said, 1.7, and not stop there, our employees took a heavy hit.
Oh, I understand.
The employees are gonna contribute close to $300,000 to health insurance.
Sure.
And as one of the little ladies in the back, we were having a discussion, and, you know, that's gonna affect them not only in their by $3,000 a year without a raise, but it's also gonna affect their retirement program, because that's gonna drop their salaries and they're gonna get less in retirement, so it wasn't like light, there was a lot of things that happened.
That's not accurate, Jack.
But
It does not affect retirement.
No, it won't affect their hours.
That comes out in pre-tax.
Increases, no, salary raises.
Yeah, the pay cut affects retirement, not the health insurance.
If the health comes out pre-tax, it lowers your gross income.
Oh,
Right.
I versus base.
I versus.
Yeah.
Gross.
Is it?
Yes.
Still get insurance.
yeah.
They only give some up if we got insurance, but we don't get insurance.
But
I made
just to
$9
get off that, I mean, yeah, it was probably, extreme, and I guess the thing, we can sit here and talk for the next hour.
Yeah.
But there, we'll undoubtedly, we'll make an adjustment in that and try to correct, you know.
I think that's encouraging to hear, thank you.
I did, and I think, Kyle, did you
And
have
I-
a chance yesterday?
I
Or would
did
you like
lay
to
out,
clarify?
what's that?
Or I just thought maybe you would like to clarify or restate.
So I did share a lot of my concerns. Yes, our fund balance right now is healthy. I'm concerned about the long-term impacts of it. The local option sales tax has never been specifically designated to libraries, to my knowledge. And I was not the one that made the comment at Farm Bureau that the library cut was easy. That never was my position. I don't know that I have anything further to add substantially, but I do look forward to making changes after the fiscal year starts and restoring that.
So I guess I can just say, this allows us to work through the process, and we'll, I'm sure we'll get some correction made there, and, make some changes, and, that's about all I can say.
That's good, because talk is cheap, action gets results, so by you saying that, that's a really positive thing for us to hear.
We
So thank
need
you for
you,
saying that.
yeah, we need you guys to understand that that was literally burning libraries to the ground yesterday. That's what it looked like to everybody who was here and everybody who watched it. So to hear you say that today, that, whoop, we messed up, we do value libraries, we're gonna fix that July 9th. We need to hear that because we all went home last night and thought, what do we cut?
And there's nothing wrong with making mistakes, it's just fixing it. That way there's no pointing fingers like you talked about.
And own up
You can
to
make a mistake, but just fix it, that's all. I mean, it's not
And
as
own
easy
up
as
to the
that.
mistake. Own up to it.
Well, yeah, but everything's fixable.
Yeah. So I mean, we can't change it today, but we'll work on it, and we'll find a way to, make it right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So last week, did you give the economic back part of their money?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what I
Did you
wanted
give the
to
fair back part of their money?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what about us beaver trappers? Did you give us any back of our money?
Yes.
Because you cut the library 75%, you cut us beaver trappers 100%, because you dropped the whole
Animal
fund.
control, there's nothing, it's that
And
different.
there's several guys that called me that are trappers and they were concerned about it, that they might not trap, and then you guys could be in trouble with your drainage.
To see, but it's.
We can clean out a lot of beaver. And there's a lot of areas that don't have drainage. There's one guy joked, well, we'll just throw the beaver tails on that drainage. Well, that ain't right. Like Roger owns a ground with creek in it. I only catch 3 beaver. I can't say I caught 10 there, because Roger's gonna write the check out. So we need that supervisor fund to back us like you've done since I was in grade school.
Well, the beavers move.
Beavers move. After 2 years, mama kicks the 2-year-old out.
Oh,
So, thank you, you are gonna put some money in the fund.
Can you, or that, I was gonna ask about, what service area was that?
That'd be under administration.
It'd be under
since it's on
supervisors.
Which is service area 9? Yep.
Okay, well, I can see it.
That's what I was gonna
It's
ask, what was brought back last week when I was gone
I think it was.
exactly
Was
for,
it 5,000 or 6?
for that and for
5 or 6.
economic development and the
I
fair?
believe we did 5.
5 for animal.
And then we brought, back to 120 for economic. And then we brought back to 20, we added 20 back to the fair. So the fair is back to 25, including the,
38.
the 38.
Okay, well, that's where the 25 is coming from.
That's in,
Yes.
that's in 6.
6,
That's,
yeah.
yep,
And then for economic development,
that is back to,
Line
where's the
20.
263 coming from then? Oh. Oh, that's from,
What are you,
It's
what's
land use and
263?
building.
oh,
Uses in
okay,
there too.
okay. That,
Oh, the
but that
20.
doesn't add.
No,
up
that's
there.
23. 23 one, that's from 40 subtotal.
Okay, where's the, well, that's coming from above.
Yeah, the other 143 is TIF.
Oh, okay,
That's-
okay,
that goes
that's
back.
where I'm getting,
That's the other sources of funds.
okay. Thanks.
Yep.
So just keep in mind, it won't be in January, July 9th, you'll be looking and working on this, continuously from now to then, so when that day comes, hopefully we'll have, know what our game plan is to, make some changes there, so.
And
My expectations are we'll be working on this continuously. We've got proof.
And that, keep in mind, that won't go in effect on July 9th because we do have a process to go through for budget amendment and stuff, but we will be making decisions.
Well, you can't make a decision until the budget amendment,
Well,
but
I
you
mean,
can
we'll-
discuss it.
We will discuss
It
it.
will be discussed and we'll have a path forward.
I got a question for you five. Do you guys consider yourself, because I was there for 4 years. 1 week I might be here for 3 hours, that's what I did all week. Next week I might be 40 hours. Do you guys consider yourself full-time or part-time?
Depends on the week, I guess.
Because if you're part-time, why do you, if you wanna save 120 grand, why do you get health insurance? I mean, you need some benefit, I say you guys still get hypers. But two of you already voted you're not gonna take the insurance. These two are on their way out. And that one, when I worked with him, he was honest. He always said right up front, insurance to our age doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't count. Now he's getting older, I'm sure
I
he's
said it
getting
doesn't mean
different.
as much, I didn't say nothing.
So if you drop the health insurance, there's 120 right there. I mean, just a suggestion. Because like you've got a different job, you got insurance with somebody else, right, Josh? Or probably, I'm guessing, you or your wife work?
Well, my insurance actually comes through my retirement from military, so.
Okay. Like I said, it's just a suggestion, because there's 120 laymen.
We can always discuss
No,
that next year.
I don't, how do you figure 120?
24,000 a person, 5 people, do the math, that's 120, right?
Single is not 24,000 a year.
What's the single one? I was just told 2 weeks ago when Carter asked me
What
what
is
the
it?
number was, and she said.
It was $24,900 for a family, and because
Yeah.
Josh and I are both married, we have a family policy. Kyle is not married.
9,000, 10,000-ish.
10,600.
10,656. So that's less than half of what you're
That's quite a
talking.
bit less than that.
Quite a bit less than half.
And I imagine you have a single policy. Yeah. But either way, I just was curious. I'm not opposed to supporting the things that we put back in, but just where's that money going then? Or how are we making that work? I just wanna, when we cut those things for reasons, everything that we're talking about. So what, where's that coming out of? I guess. Is that just spending
Our
that
fund
much down the fund balance? Okay.
But what is the
And
percent?
that will affect it how? Or, I mean, how will the fund balance be by the end of that?
We'll probably
It's
be
projected in the numbers I gave
Yeah.
you
Right.
that day, so it's.
We'll be healthy by the end of this next fiscal year, but going forward, it will eventually get to the point where it is unsustainable. And I think that's the long,
So the fund balance worksheet we have from 417 would not include
This is
that.
the last one. Will that,
Okay, yeah, this would be from 422. So, actually, no, general basics the same.
it should be, I think I updated it, so it should be the
Okay.
same. what you
Yeah,
have.
maybe it is.
Cause I thought I sent it that same day.
The date on here shows 17th, but so far I'm seeing everything the same for ending and beginning fund balances. So it'd be the same fund balance worksheet that we had in our folder, which would roughly be ending fund balance of 1.9 million for general basic. 1.25 for general supplemental. Rural would be 2.8, so there, that's the most recent sheet.
Josh, I didn't quite understand what you said there. You said something sustainable, unsustainable. you made a statement, I guess would you please repeat that?
I think the reason why we're looking for such big cuts is that, you know, in the near future, the next, you know, budget years, if we, you know, have the spending the way we do, it could end up becoming unsustainable and eventually get down far enough to where we have to significantly raise to keep it funded.
Significantly raise what?
Taxes.
You raise taxes, there's more and more people that can't pay them. So you've got more debt on your book.
If you're
not gonna
talking,
gain anything.
if you're talking raising taxes on general and rural, we were limited by House File 718. Rural specifically, I laid that out yesterday. Raising taxes wasn't even an option for those two funds.
True.
Above what was in those limits.
So if things are, my name's Doug Miller, I'm the county engineer. If things are unsustainable and you cannot raise taxes, what are other options?
Cutting expenditures.
Cutting expenditures?
Or cutting services.
And yes, so cutting expenditures means you gotta cut services. So what services are you going to give anybody what is priority and what is not priority for service that Kossuth County provides? The services that the county provides. Is there gonna be any direction from the board?
There has to be.
When will it be coming, I guess? That's what I'm asking. 3 weeks ago, Todd, 4 weeks ago?
Didn't we hear a year or so ago prioritize ambulance as a #1 priority for a service? So we have a countywide ambulance now that we're.
We'll have to talk. You need to visit with the board.
Maureen.
I have a quick question, and I actually have been wondering this since we found out, you know, at the 11th hour. What about the excise tax? We worked on the transmission lines with all of the utilities. We worked with all of the wind turbine companies. And we had to. That was a directive we got from the Board of Supervisors. And it was set. And I have not looked into this yet, but I would like to. That we were going to get a substantial amount of excise tax for Kossuth County. Same thing that's happening over in Palo Alto County right now. My question is, how much excise tax do we get back into the county now? And I know that the rollback probably has impacted that. But overall, we should have had a substantial amount. That is what was told to me when I was at the conference last week. That they pay a substantial amount to Kossuth County. So I guess my question is that someplace that for these needed services, is that an area, I don't know how you allocate all of that. Because I don't know your full budget. I don't work with your full budget, but that's just a question as a citizen and knowing that we worked on this. And one of the goals is that for Kossuth County, that was supposed to be a property tax relief. Correct? Roger, Jack?
Yes, it was.
Was until they
Until they
started
rolled it
rolling
back.
everything back and making changes to it.
So then, substantially, how much have we lost?
They got the
I
numbers
mean,
there.
it'd be nice to do a comparable and do
Yeah,
a statistical
I have
analysis
the
on
same
that to
numbers.
actually see and then know what is our projection and then do a projection from, you know, how much would it be? Is it 20%
Yeah,
that would increase year by year? you know, you can look at it and do an estimate on it.
Maureen, so I got the same numbers the whole board and everyone in the public has on the revenues detail page. Line number 11, which is utility tax replacement and excise taxes, general basic gets 285,000, general supplemental gets 130,000, rural services gets 120,000, I'm rounding, you guys all have the numbers there. Other is 61, so that brings the total for the fiscal year 25 budget to just shy of $600,000. And, I mean, if you look at our actual for 22-23, that's at 532,000, so it has gone up a little bit, but I don't have older data than that at my fingertips right now.
And Maureen, the assessor's office has a breakdown of, the rollbacks and how it's gonna affect the county over the next several years. So if you talk to Brandon in the assessor's office, he can get you that.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to do an analysis of that and do a projection. I guess that's one thing that it might be.
And that was.
Move us for the budget.
Yeah, he has the breakdown here.
Yeah,
We're not getting a lot yet.
Okay.
So right now, I guess I could, whichever one of these I could use as an example, but the Kossuth wind farm, which was next era in year 2, which is actually the first year where 5% comes online, their actual property taxes are about $2,700, and then that splits out every different direction.
Boy,
so
that's a real decrease. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, could I set a meeting with you next week and sit down with Brandon and you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that per turbine or was that for?
Per turbine. Yep. Oh, Nick.
Got it. So when you're talking about raising taxes and things not being sustainable, but our cost of goods are going up 10-15% every year. I mean, how far are we gonna let everything fall apart before we decide we gotta fix this in a cohesive manner?
So, the point I was trying to make, and I believe I made it multiple times yesterday, is we didn't have that option on rural. We had a limit of $30,000 we could raise it, whether we like to or not, that's not a choice. House File 718 laid out limits. I don't have a different way to explain it than that.
Well, I'm talking everybody's budget here, the whole county, everything's going up, ambulances cost more. At some point, in order to even have help, you're gonna have to get raises, or you're not gonna have any help. So not raising taxes isn't an option either, correct?
We're still looking at a 5-6% increase in property taxes this year for an increase. Oh, yep, Amber.
You know, in looking at the budget, I'm on service area 0, looking at, the ending fund balances as of June 30th, which would be 2025. I guess I'm extremely concerned about secondary roads. How can secondary roads function on an ending fund balance of $155,000? What are you going to do in July, August, and September of 2025 to pay those bills? And why is it this low? 25% is the benchmark. Every year that the board is doing the budget, they should be looking at that. Why is that fund balance cut so low? I think there are vital aspects of our budget that are being knocked down And I don't ever hear a good reason from anyone as to why this is happening. You know, I'm sorry, yes, I was the Kossuth County Auditor at one time, so I do know the budget a little bit differently than most people. Why is this happening? Why? Why are we cutting things? Why are we to the point where we are not giving our employees raises and we are taking away their health insurance? We are knocking a fund down that is to take care of our roads down so far that how are they going to function? I cannot tell you how upset I am over this budget and why it is in this condition that it is in. I cannot see any good reason for it. Can any of you tell me why this is happening? Can you give people a reason? How is secondary road gonna operate even a month, let alone 3 months before property taxes come in that year? We cannot, when we are working on budgets, we can't just look at today and right now. You gotta look at the sustainability of the changes that are being made. I don't see that here in this budget. $155,000 when 25%, secondary roads should have $3 million in there. Those decisions are being made by the board.
Well, can't have both ways. You can either raise taxes 15, 20%, or you get drop expenses. Expenses are going up faster than revenue.
This didn't happen overnight though.
It's been happening for.
$155,000. When? When has that fund ever, I mean, that fund is in serious trouble. When has it ever been that low? And why is it that low? Why?
Well, as Kyle said earlier, the rural basic, we could only increase $30,000. That was the max.
That's not answering my question.
I'll address one piece briefly. We, in our conversations about the projected ending fund balances, what is in the budget is not what we are actually planning on ending with. Doug has said this as well. His target is ending with a $2 million fund balance.
What date? This fiscal year?
The end of this fiscal year, yes.
Like, which, isn't that built into this budget presentation?
Part of that, but that's not the numbers that are in there. If we don't spend all of what's in this year's budget, we will have that in fund balance.
Right, but when you're working on the budget, you're not working on, okay, well, what if? You're working on, this is the worst case scenario, and you need to base your budget on that worst case scenario. That's not being done. This is bad. $150,000.
Sure, what happened on March 6th of 2023, approximately a year ago, I was attending a conference in Ames, Iowa, and the board chose to reduce property tax for rural, and all of a sudden just took and amended the budget that was submitted by the county engineer a year ago. And what that had led to then is the expenditures that they budgeted for had to be paid for out of balance. And again, this year, you're taking balance. You're correct, we have $155,000 on paper ending balance. But it's because of action the board took a year ago without any advice from the county engineer.
Okay.
March 6th.
What are you gonna do? How are you gonna pay the bills July, August, and September? Is any thought ever made to the future when you're doing your budget? That's all I gotta ask, because to me it does not appear that it is.
Well, you're wanting to reduce the road department by 40%, correct? The operators, that's your goal, pal? That's the numbers you put out.
When did I put out those
You
numbers?
said you want to decrease or fire the road department by 10 or 12 employees, the operators?
I don't believe I said that in the meeting.
You said more than once you want to reduce staff by 10 to 12 people in that department on record. I can go back and find that for you.
There have been comments made in this boardroom about certain numbers of employees being cut. I don't believe I have said that.
I think you did in the meeting, the last levy meeting, the last section of that, you were talking to Doug about having to reduce labor in order to meet $1 million. You said we're short $1 million. That was your comment. So, but I don't believe if you cut your labor force by 40%, that these people are gonna have safe roads. No answer.
I do have a question, a proactive question. Have any of you personally contacted our state legislature or our governor about the decisions that have been made that are horribly impacting our counties? Have any of you contacted them and shared with them?
Yes.
Thank you, I'm
Numerous
glad to
times.
hear that. Thank you. Keep
Yeah.
doing it, please.
We're not getting any response.
Yeah, well, it's not surprising, but don't give up. We know how it feels.
Just so you know, we do too, we contact them, on your behalf as well. We need you, we're not your enemy, we're your allies, we want to work with you.
The only way the state will change is if there's hurt put out on the public, that's that
Yeah.
fact.
It's coming.
Or we vote people out, the state level.
Bingo. Bingo.
In the fund history for the 2022 ending and 2023 ending, I see that it's in the red both years. So you guys have been aware that there's been a loss, well, expenses have been more than revenue for a while. I know some of you are newer on the board, but have we been proactive before this year? When did we start discussing the cuts that need to be made? Think about the general balance without the ARPA. That's what I'm looking at.
So this fund history comparison is a new chart that was recently put together. I think ARPA was one of the factors that caused a little bit of confusion with where our fund balances sat.
But somebody needs to be accountable for that. That's why we have people in different positions. I mean, I do taxes. I gotta be accountable for my work. So someone has to be accountable for why we didn't know that we were in the, I guess, in the red. We're a county, we're not a business, we provide services. I'm assuming you guys didn't know they were in the red when you started. When were you guys made aware?
We're not in the red.
No.
They're not actually
In the red.
What it's showing is they had more
Right.
expenses
Well,
than
not-
revenue, like the fund
Right.
is in the red, but I
Right.
see what you're saying, but
But
just
we gotta have, you always gotta have, you know, a balance for the unknown, for emergencies. I mean, the world is crazy. We've had derechos not hit us, but that happened here. We gotta have money there if something happened, because that'd be a county expense for sure. But if our expenses are more than our revenue, we obviously should have known sooner than all of a sudden right now.
Well, I think the general for me personally, going forward, I understand far more what the issues in Kossuth County are, and have a better plan going forward as far as how to address these things in the coming year, and just an understanding the workings of the budget and all that. And that's definitely something that as the year goes on, going to be visiting with other county supervisors, with other departments within Kossuth County, to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I want to see to it that it doesn't. And I think things will get better. And you know, we are where we're at today, but I don't plan to see this happen again. But that's just me. So
Carter, like the road department, like she mentioned, the ratio or something.
Yep.
So in our department or the road department, that would be a very serious hit. Are we liquid enough for that for the next 2 years? If something catastrophic happened, or what happens if we don't have the funds for that?
and that's something we need to consider.
Any other comments from the public for this public hearing?
Move to close.
Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Plath?
Yes.
Jerks?
Yes.
Wactor?
Yes.
Nath?
Yes.
Stecker?
Yes. Public hearing is closed. Next up on our agenda is discussion decision adoption of fiscal year 25 budget and certification of taxes by resolution number 04/23/24/02.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Oh,
So people can hear you.
do you guys hear the resolution number, or do you want, okay. Next up on our agenda is, the adoption of the fiscal year 25 budget and certification of taxes by resolution, and that resolution number is 04/23/24/02. So our next agenda item. Is there any discussion from the board?
If this budget were not adopted, it would revert to the previous year's budget. Is that correct?
That'd be disastrous.
Yes. I just want to make that clear.
You couldn't operate anyway.
I would entertain a motion if there is no comments from the board. Motion by Plath, or second?
Second.
Second by Jarks. Any further discussion?
Well, just keep in mind, we talked about, yeah, we'll get things to work on, and we'll continue to work this, budget's a living document, we'll keep working on it, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get through it.
Any other comments?
I don't think anybody's happy with it, but it's a finished product. We're gonna have to live with it.
Any other comments from the board? Roll call vote, please.
Plath,
Yes.
Jerks,
Yes.
Wactor,
Yes.
Nath,
Yes.
Stecker.
No. Motion carried 4-1. Next up on our agenda.
Everyone.
Yep, thank you for being here.
No, thank you all for coming in. Next on our agenda is approval of public purposes for economic development expenditures by resolution number. What's that? 4/23/2403.
Just read it through.
Is there any discussion on that? Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I just want to say, as an ordained minister, just ask yourselves one question: what would Jesus do in a situation like this? That's the most important. That's more important than anything we talked about. What would Jesus do? Just consider.
Was that Roger that made
We
the
had a
motion?
motion.
And I second.
Okay, Josh second. You got that? Okay. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Roll call vote, please.
Plath, Jerks, Wactor,
Yes.
Nath,
Yeah.
Stecker.
Yes. Motion carried unanimous.
That way we can.
Well,
Oh, so.
yep, thanks for your.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Handwritten claim for postmaster. Is there any, that's in our packet, is there any questions on that? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion to approve the handwritten claim.
So,
Okay, I'll second that. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carried unanimous. Next up is the quarterly reports for auditor, recorder, sheriff, and veterans affairs.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion carried unanimous. Yeah, let's sign this and take a 10-minute break here while we get paperwork done. This one, bottom.
Yeah, you just said that one, you just need to sign.
Alright, you guys got all those? Alright. Putting 10-10, be back? Yep. Almost there. 10 minutes or so.
I need 10 minutes to get all my stuff spread out. I
think.
You can't overload today.
I think those are Donna's papers, Phil, which she'll be the.
Is she on the agenda or she is?
Avisa's plan and Walmart we'll have right before you, but you're fine.
I'll just put it over, I'll just move over here.
See you, Brian. See you guys.
See ya.
Why didn't I take yours?
Oh no, that was copy Tammy and
Oh, here you
keep it. I just had it on the computer.
So today, first year, five all the way to 30%.
I thought you said something.
No.
Hey, how are you? How much time do I got?
2 minutes.
Five
I'll talk big fast.
five or less.
Really?
I'm kidding. I mean, a lot of it is yours until we get down to engineering.
Yeah,
Board discussion.
got quite a bit on there, but I'll
How
try to
much
keep my update short and try to keep moving.
Half hour?
Oh,
I mean,
I don't know if I was on a time crunch with everything.
With lunch or what?
No.
I forgot my paper, I signed it and didn't bring it. You
Oh.
sent me a letter.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, yes.
Yeah, I got mine, I haven't filled it out yet.
Did yours say Carter though?
It's pretty,
No.
No?
did yours say Carter? Your shirt said Carter, and your shirt said
Josh.
Josh. Did it say yours say Josh?
Well, it was mailed to me, but then it said, Dear Josh. So it's-
Oh, the letter I did up to, but your form says.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
No,
well,
you
yeah,
need to sit
I'm
over
a
there.
little fragmented.
That's okay.
Right here.
I said
just gotta
I
get
will
my
not
stuff
accept.
spread out.
No,
Any.
I'm just here for health
No worries.
insurance, so I don't know,
On the agenda, but I can.
how long it's gonna take, Phil.
You just have to fill out the front page and then the second
Quite a
page,
bit.
so you don't have to fill it all out.
Yes.
So
Okay.
it's pretty,
They just
but I
basically
see,
need our information for identification
Right, and then
and show
wait,
that we
yeah.
signed.
She's up for you though. Got this first.
Okay, this is what I'm here.
Okay.
when you,
Yeah, just sending you.
yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm in here, I did. Didn't get very far, it's on the
Call.
phone.
Did you, oh, did, are you moving your phone? Oh.
Yeah, I did.
So how are you today?
I am okay, I was staring at your phone. I did a full workout session.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. 2 hours.
Now we can look to the future and.
Is he like behind like where? Okay, he's in that building. Does he teach too? Or is that different? That's great. Me, I'm saying me.
Well, I'm not, I have one grandmother, but Kurt's got the longevity.
But you get to be
85, it's different.
There's some people that do pretty well when they get mid-80s.
It's a pretty, it's a smaller percentage.
Yeah, you gotta get in. Automobiles are like, you don't want to have a sedan necessarily.
I believe in my mom, she was, she's got a SUV, like a Cadillac SUV. She didn't have that already in mind. She wants to get much higher. Forward.
Yeah.
You never get her out. You never get her out. And I'm heading down to the IUWC safety day that we're going.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
I'll see what I learned here.
Including AMU?
No.
No, it's just city. What is that?
Wednesday
Is it the water treatment facility or sanitary sewer? Yeah, I'm not sure. There's I know OCO is looking in their sanitary
I was
sewer,
thinking it was gonna be a little cooler today than yesterday.
converting it into, the sanitary will be
62.
filtered and treated enough that it'll be put back in the water system, which would be like the second or third in the United States to do that.
Looks like Thursday's gonna be pretty.
That's very expensive
Friday.
to operate.
Friday looks like it's raining all day.
I don't know if a town that size can do it.
We're hoping to get some 3 fields planned.
OCO, the city down south of Milwaukee, or Lakeside.
Better do it in the next 3 days. Today, tomorrow, and Thursday.
One time, I thought, I know Jake was retired.
You guys are much, I know.
Heck, no. I'm gonna go fishing.
So do I. You got smart in a hurry.
It didn't take long.
It don't matter what we do, it's wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's time to change your tune though for the next half hour and just.
Be happy with someone?
Yeah, be in agreement, yeah.
Yeah, Phil wants everyone happy now.
And then at 11 o'clock, you go back to normal.
I don't know about that.
Every 20 seconds.
They've got such a tough life, tough job, and we just need a little supervisor support today, and life will be good. Oh, God, I think about that every day.
Yeah, I was curious when I said that.
Oh,
That's gotta be what the hell.
I like. Absolutely, I'm a security guard. Oh, I wondered about that, thank you. That's 2 days in a row about that.
What could be worse?
That's right. Could have been your
Let's sit on
glasses.
this side here so I don't poke you in my side arm here.
I wanna know about, mental health transport.
That's what I wanna know, I know everything.
Because we do the court criminal parts, but I don't know, is that just non-criminals?
So the idea behind this when it started was,
As soon as they get the health insurance, they care.
Just transports.
yeah.
What about people who are called in, like, what about, you know?
Now, can it evolve from there? I mean, that's a possibility. Until we have more.
It's the first time I've ever seen it.
So, the original.
I mean, if it has to be, if it's been really, I think it's gonna have to send it. But I don't know.
It costs us for an ambulance and paying up our staff. It costs us terrible. I just put in the house and
Yeah.
experience homes, but yes.
Yeah, cause it's entered into by Kossuth County.
Because there are certain cultures that still. Yeah, thank you. Not like you just said it the other day, where there's another one, she said, take the kids out.
Well, now we got board members back here. Alright, Donna, and,
You ready?
yep, we're
Okay.
Avisus
Come
and
up to
Wilmer.
the, and sit in the cushy chair on the table.
We'll bring the cushy chairs back.
That's good, good. Okay, here to kind of sign the final, renewal rates and programs for the upcoming open enrollment period. Avisus, I know we talked last week about looking at, going from L3 to L7. And I think I learned this from last year and I didn't think about it when I was here last week, so I called around to some of our vision providers. They already offer above what is standard progressive lenses. They do a premium, so I don't think going up to that rate change would really benefit us. So
Okay.
that's the rationale for that. So I guess I'm asking for a recommendation for the chair to sign the Avisa's plan that will be in effect until June 30th of 2026.
With the L3
L3 plan.
option.
Yeah, I kind of gave the
And
number
then-
with a 05130 FZ13 is the plan number.
That's the L3.
It's L3, and L3.
So do our,
Maybe I need to get my progressive lenses updated.
so with staying on the L3, our prices are actually going down a little bit.
No, well,
Right.
they are,
Cause our current rates,
they might be a few cents, you're correct.
yeah, like 11.93 versus 11.21, and then the last one 32.11 versus
Yeah.
30.18 so.
Yep, they are a little bit, yeah, they're a little bit different.
Okay.
Want to vote on them separately? Yes.
For, yeah, just Avisa's first.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
there'd be a motion to approve
Approve the L3 plan.
L3, okay,
And sign.
and sign and everything. Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay. Any further discussion, questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carried.
do you wanna wait, or do you want me to give it to you? You can probably just sign it.
Yeah, I'll.
Top, you can
yep,
sign and
Go
listen.
for it.
Okay, so the next item is the account information and binder agreement with Wellmark. Recommending that that be signed and that we set open enrollment May 2nd through May 13th. We will have the open enrollment information day on May 2nd. I added the secondary roads in, so that we would have primarily for them to come at a 7 a.m. session, a 9 a.m. session, a 1 p.m. session, and then a 5 p.m. session for people that work shifts. I recommend that that be approved and signed by the chair.
Any questions? Comments from the board? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion to sign the binder agreement and everything with Walmart.
And
just set the open
And
enrollment
set
date,
open-
please.
and set open enrollment.
Period.
Okay,
Confirm that?
is there a second?
No, second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carried unanimous.
And the last thing, just, I guess, an acknowledgement that I will also be sending in the final rate signature page, and historically I've done that. And then the COBRA addendum, and the I'm gonna struggle with this, MPS, which is just basically identifying what our size of our plan is.
Alright, just the one?
Yep, just the one.
Thanks. Alright.
Do you guys wanna, do you just wanna give me acknowledgement, or do you wanna make a motion that I forward the rest of those documents?
Just send them, that's fine.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Thanks. Alright, Phil.
Good morning.
Morning.
Quick update, hasn't been a little long since I was here. We did bump up, put my update in there this week, means I did have some stuff on the agenda, but, just a quick update. The only thing on transfers that changes, I do have, March numbers now. March, we had 18 transfers. Our current revenue today on transfers is 29,000, we budgeted 40,000, so, we're gonna end the year a little short on that number than what we projected in the budget, and that is mainly due to the lack of beds, and a lot of transfers didn't go because there weren't available beds to transfer people, so that's the only reason, that's the main reason why our transfer numbers are down. It has nothing to do with anything else other than availability to take people. So we did have an advisory council, we did meet on April 8th. We did discuss purchasing some different items, equipment, also a new ambulance. We reviewed our monthly reports. We did a budget review for both current fiscal year and next fiscal year, and the status of closing down Sway City accounts and Algona accounts. We did make one deposit from the city of Algona in the amount of $130,000 that went into our account. That was made, we left them approximately $20,000 back. Sway City's sitting on approximately $50,000 yet. And we're working on getting that closed out. The reason we left that money there is in case we have unexpected expenses that come up between now and the end of the fiscal year, and then we'll get that closed out. Staffing, currently we still have one position open. I recently did hire a new paramedic. She's gonna start part-time, hopefully soon. So that'll give us one more. She wants to work approximately 1 to 2 days a week. So there'll be no benefits with that position, but we're gonna pick up a couple days with the paramedic per week with her coming in. So hopefully that will evolve into a full-time position, but she wanted to start out at that. Current CPR classes, we recently taught a class with the Conservation Department, and we're doing Cortiva and AGP right now. I'll get them finished up probably next week. A couple of our medics and myself went up to North Union School, and we did participate in their career day on April 5th. We had good response from that. And then coming up on May 21st, we are doing the Algona High School May term. Last year we did a mock disaster at the fairgrounds. We plan on doing that again. We had a good response. Sounds like we have more kids signed up this year than we did last year because we actually had an event that they participated in. So I don't know, we haven't started planning that yet, but maybe we'll even get some law enforcement involved in that this year and keep the kids' interest up. I did go down to the ISAC conference on a Friday, presented EMS Essential Service back on March 15th. That was well accepted. I've had a lot of emails since then from different supervisors around the state asking for information and just good positive feedback. So that went well. One of the guys from, I don't even remember what county he's from, but he passed their essential service at the same time we did. So the two of us have been kind of working on putting together a state group, because EMS has never really had a state organization. We've always, every county or every service has done their own thing, and there's really not been much collaboration between the different services. So we've been working on trying to set up the state group. We're gonna have our first meeting coming up here April 29th. Kind of a kickoff meeting to see where this goes. Try to come up with ways that we can work together better in the state to support EMS. So I'll be going down to that on the 29th of April. Our service area meets, still attend that. That's monthly on Wednesdays. That's where we get some of our grant money from the state. And we use our grant money from that portion, strictly goes 100% towards education. And it goes towards new education first. Speaking of that, we just finished up that EMT class with 9 students. That ended on April 18th. They're gonna be testing here in May, so we'll see what happens with that class.
We did go out here.
Yeah, we did that actually right here in town at the complex at the training center. That was 2 nights a week since last fall. So May, I think it's 15th, they take their first part of their test and then they take the written after that. So that's wrapping up. Working on public safety night out. It's gonna be held this fall. I don't remember the exact date, but it's in September. So we might move to the fairgrounds this year. Kind of looking at the area where we can set up the best. So working on that. EMS financials, we're still looking good EMS wise. We continue to remain under budget. Working hard to get this initial fund balance carryover for next year. Means we just started. And then the last thing I have on my list here is my office move is complete. Not completely unpacked, but I'm completely there. I still have a trailer full of boxes, but we'll get there. The only question I have left is the ME stuff. I still have the ME files across the street. There's 4 file cabinets of ME stuff. All the supplies for ME are at the building, but I do have 4 file cabinets of records that are locked and secured over at that building. I do not have room for those files out to my EMS office. So just something to think about in the future. You know, if you guys do something different, that building over there, we need to make sure we have a place for those files to go as well. Budget numbers, we're gonna go over that real quick before we dive into my other stuff, because this kind of solidifies what I'm doing. And these are all effective April 1st. This is the same information I presented to the advisory council. So we do have a payroll that's come out since then. This is effective April 1st. Revenues, the first line is projected and the second line is actual. So levy revenue, we projected 1.193, and our receipts today to April 1st were 1.168. So we're close on that. We're about 25,000 left to receive yet. Call revenue, we projected 500,000. We've received 277. I just looked at my account this morning. There's $100,000 that has been deposited in my account again this month of April. So that's going to get that up to 377, and then we still have May and June to come. So I think we're going to be really, really close on that number. That was a hard number to project with the delay in getting billing revenue coming in. I'm still working with railroad and a couple other things to get those finished up. I've been paid on some of that stuff since the beginning of the year. So I'll go on to the startup cost. We projected 175,000. As I stated, we received 130, and there's still about 70,000 on the books sitting there to come over yet. So we should be above on that number. The other line there is pretty much was the KRC money, and you can see we're about 30,000 behind on that. So actuals to date is 1.6 billion. Our budget is 1.9. Short to date is $321,000. Total expenses to date, effective April 1st, was 837,937. So our current fund balance is 763,861, which includes the 160,000 for ambulance purchase. So 160,000 is not spent. That was what we presented to the public, that we were going to save $160,000 every year back as a fund balance to go towards future ambulance purchases. So we weren't trying to figure out how to pay for an ambulance in the future. We have the money sitting there. So that includes that number. My projected remaining expenses is 450,000. I projected revenue at that time of 200,000. As I just stated, we already have 100,000 set in the bank account. So I'm probably pretty low on that number. We're probably going to be closer to meeting that 321, but just using that 200 revenue, 450 expenses, My projected fund balance at the end of the year will be $513,861, which includes the ambulance purchase and the contingency that we presented to the public as well. We presented the $150,000 towards the ambulance and the $100,000 as a contingency carryover. So if you subtract those two numbers out of that 513,000, we're 263,861,000 additional fund balance than what we had projected. So, but as far as fund balance available at the end of the fiscal year, we should be a little over $500,000 in fund balance. Questions on my budget? So when we started this year, if you remember, we did that inter-fund loan to get us started. With the numbers looking at where they are right now, we're 9.5 months in, so I cannot foresee any big changes in these numbers, and I'm confident that I'm estimating these low, especially my revenue. We shouldn't have to worry about a inter-fund loan next year. We should be able to sustain on our own. Another advantage of next year is we will receive revenue in July, where this year we did not receive revenue for 3 months, if you remember back, so.
Call revenue.
Call revenue, correct. So we won't receive any tax money until October, but we'll receive call revenue right away versus this year we didn't receive any call revenue, so. Our fund balance is looking good. Our budget's looking very, very, very good right now. So questions on anything on that, on the update? The next item on the agenda I had was approved pay increase for Matt Kaler. Matt was a new hire we hired a few months ago. He had finished his paramedic school. If you remember, we hired him. He did pass his exam. He is officially a paramedic now, so we're working to get him up to speed as being our new paramedic in the county. With the new certification level, that does come with a pay change based on our current wage scale, which will move him from his current pay of $21 an hour to $24.50 per hour. And I would like to make that effective. Our pay period began Sunday, which is April, 21st? So we just make it effective at the beginning of this pay period. He actually received his certification I guess I didn't write down exactly, about a week ago. He got his results a week ago, so.
I was gonna say it expires 3/31, so.
It's always the end of the month.
It was probably end of the month, I would guess.
Yeah, he called me on a Saturday morning at 7 o'clock. I got my results. So I guess we need a motion to go ahead and approve that.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Roger, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions for Phil on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carried unanimous. Alright, next up is ambulance purchase, Phil.
So, as you all know, we got way behind on updating equipment over the past few years. The downside to buying ambulances, we're 2 years out. So this ambulance we're looking at today will actually be delivered spring of 2026. We will not be upfronting any money on this ambulance. It will all be due upon delivery. So I'm not asking to spend the money, I'm asking to make the purchase.
Place the order.
Future thing, to place the order, to lock in the bid. We did discuss this at our advisory council meeting. We did open the bids at that meeting. I had 3 bids received. To do an ambulance purchase bid, it's actually a 3-ring binder about this thick that we send out with our specs, what we want from the companies. They send back a 3-ring binder, and then I had them send the bid, the actual bid price in a sealed envelope. So we did open those at the advisory council meeting. 2 of the bids are very close. The 2 bids that are very close is companies that we've actually worked with in the past, buying trucks from them in the past. The fact is the 2 bids are about $80 difference on a $291,000 truck. After reviewing the specs, the one that's more expensive was actually a 2025 chassis, and the one that was less expensive was a 2026 chassis. So the advisory council recommended to purchase the one it's the cheapest bid, plus it's a year new chassis, a year newer chassis, so it'll be a 2026 truck. And the one truck that we do have, that we did receive, we were spending around $6,000 to $7,000 a month just trying to maintain the trucks we have. Since we got the new truck, we've cut that amount significantly. So it has helped getting that truck. We still have 3 trucks in our fleet that are 10 to 20 years old that all have over 250,000 miles. That doesn't count for runtime when we're sitting at a residence. When we stop at a residence and we leave the truck run with the lights on, it kicks into a high idle, so we don't run our batteries down. So those trucks, that doesn't add in anything for idle time, that's just actual miles driven. So we do have a couple trucks that we still need to work on replacing in the future, but this will help us get towards that goal.
Any questions from the board?
Need to know the company and the amount.
Phil, do you have the company name and the dollar amount?
Yeah, that's
handy?
through Feld Fire.
What?
Feld Fire, FELDFIRE. And do you have the exact dollar amount?
I do, $291,856.
Is there any change on that? Dollar cents?
I guess if we can we approve that up to that amount? In case we make some changes in that price, or does it not matter if we lower the price?
If it's lower than what's approved, it should be fine.
Firm price?
Yes, that's a bid price, so that will be locked in for 2026.
You got all the info you need? Perfect. I'd entertain a motion to approve. We have motions, or a second? Okay. Any questions or other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carried unanimous. Purchase of other EMS equipment.
So we're looking at completing a couple projects we started through ARPA funds. One project we started through ARPA funds, which was a great benefit for the county, was our transport ventilators. It was a big thing through COVID for transporting ventilated patients. We still use those a fair amount today. Another advantage to those machines is we can provide care in the field with those versus just transporting people on ventilator. They do BiPAP, they do CPAP, they do other respiratory treatment care for our patients. When we did that, we bought 2. Our intent was, through the ARPA funds, we paid for 2 of those ventilators. Our intent with those machines was to have one available for transfers and one available for 911 calls. And that's how they're being utilized today. The disadvantage is when we did that project, we did not consider the North Hub. We just considered having the 2 here. We'd like to put one machine up in the North Station so that we have the same equipment, same patient care in the whole county versus the southern half has this, the northern half has that. I was able to work with the manufacturer to purchase a recertified machine. The cost of that machine is $13,400. When we did that project through ARPA, the machines were around $20,000 a piece. So we can save about $6,600. They're recertified from the manufacturer and they do carry a manufacturer warranty.
How long does that warranty last on that?
1 year.
1 year?
Then we put them on our preventative maintenance program and they come around and service those annually. We used to do a preventative maintenance program, each piece of equipment with that particular company. I did contract now with the company that does preventative maintenance on all our equipment, which is a one-stop shop. It cut our preventative maintenance approximately $12,000 from what we were paying individually. Our total cost this year for preventative maintenance was about $7,000. We were paying about 20. So we made a significant decrease in cost on that.
Did they come here to do that, or did
Yes.
they have to take?
They come here.
Yep, that's definitely a good change.
The only downside to it is, for example, our Zoll monitors, if there's something that they can't repair on site and has to be sent in, that's going to the company. But the advantage is, even if we were with Zoll, they'd still have to send it to the company. This company that we hired for PM actually gives us a loaner machine where Zoll did not.
Yeah, that's good.
So we actually did have to send one of our 6 in for an update that he was unable to do. And they did give us a loaner to use one of the machines in service for no cost, so.
Yeah, and that's valuable right there.
So far it's working out real well, that change we made, both financially and functionality. Yeah.
Service wise, yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't force you to take a truck down.
Then the other project we started was, the state of Iowa's, we have an inspection. We have an inspection coming up May 1st, so tomorrow is 1 week away from our state inspection coming in here. So we'll be doing an inspection here and now going to one in Sway City, then we'll also be doing one in Whittemore. So that's our 3 inspections we have coming up this year. One big thing the state's pushing really hard on is everything that's in the back of an ambulance has to be secured. It has to be crash rated, so that if we're in an accident, there's not equipment that's flying around that can hurt either the providers or the patients. So we started this project with the new truck, with the one new truck that we had. It's called the Tech-to-Mount system. It's a system that is crash rated that actually locks our equipment in. You push a button and the locks comes out. It takes 3 pieces of equipment per truck because we have the ventilator and we have the monitor that lock into this equipment, and it mounts on the cot or it mounts on either one of the 2 cabins. So there's 3 mounts. There's 3 locations the 2 pieces of equipment can be mounted in a truck. The downside is everything we do medically is expensive. The cost to do 3 additional trucks, so we'll have 3 trucks fully functioning with the new system, is $18,000. The only truck that would not be equipped is the one that we just approved to come in 2026. We'd have to equip that truck in 2026. After that, we'd be able to move the equipment from truck to truck as we replace trucks. So it would not be an ongoing expense eventually, once we get it all in place. So that's the 2 big pieces of equipment I'd like to purchase. That is included in my budget numbers of that $450,000. It's not anything additional than what I do not have projected in the budget.
That Tech-to-Mount system, is that something that when that new ambulance is getting built, that they could potentially put that in for us for?
They can, but
or will it end up costing?
It's pretty easy to install.
Okay.
And the cost of them to install that stuff, plus me shipping the parts to them.
Okay. I didn't know if that was something that they could include on when they're.
Because the one mount actually goes on the cot itself. So they would have to, we can do that here ourselves cheaper than trying to coordinate with them doing that stuff.
Makes sense.
And it's those two pieces you're looking for approval?
Yeah, we got some other small stuff we're looking at.
Yep.
I did an inventory yesterday, our lithium batteries that we have in our portable equipment. We have 52 lithium batteries throughout our various pieces of equipment in both Algona and Sway City. The batteries are anywhere from $950 to $1,200 a piece. So I'm like cringing yesterday, like I have $52,000 in batteries that are gonna have a shelf life. So we're working on the best way to rotate these batteries and the best way to charge these batteries so we can make sure we get the best life out of these batteries, because at $1,000 a piece, I don't want to go replacing a bunch of batteries every year that we don't need to replace. So we may end up buying a couple batteries and a couple battery chargers just to get a proper rotation in place to get the best life out of those lithium batteries. So little things like that we may be looking at, but I've included that in that projected expenses. So I think we're safe on that number, that it won't go up even with doing these projects. Plus we have a major truck breakdown.
All right, any questions or discussion? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to approve these equipment purchases.
This is all regular budget, no ARPA dollars, right?
Yeah, I believe it's all, it's not ARPA for any of this stuff.
Correct.
It's all regular budget.
Correct.
What he was saying was those ventilators originally were.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, the first ones were.
Just needed to clarify.
Yep. Well, I would move to approve the equipment purchases for EMS. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carried unanimous. Alright,
Mental health transport. This is a project we've been working on for a while. I'm hoping we can get this thing wrapped up eventually. I guess the big thing the board needs to know on this mental health, so this is a project that we started. Donnie Loss was kind of the one behind us when we started this. He was on the Mental Health Care Connections Board. They had extra funding that they needed to disperse at the end of that fiscal year. We did towards the use of a vehicle, and the language within the grant itself was that we would provide mental health transport for the hospital. So I've been working with the hospital on that, how we're gonna make this work. The hospital currently uses Central Iowa Detention. They come up with a cage car and do some of their transport. The problem with Central Iowa Transport is a lot of the times is a 6-hour delay to get somebody out of their ER or out of their hospital room before they're able to come and pick up that patient. So this is kind of our idea behind this is to speed up that process for the hospital and help them empty their beds, empty their ER, so they can continue patient care from there. What we did is we went off of Central Iowa Detention's contract and we reworded that contract into language between Kossuth County and Kossuth Regional Health Center. I have given this contract to Todd. He has reviewed it. I also sent this contract to the insurance company lawyers. They have reviewed it. Everybody's okay with the language within the contract. Talking to the insurance company, they just actually got back to me this morning. We're looking at a 50% increase in our insurance rate on that one vehicle. So I asked them to clarify what 50% increase is on that one vehicle, whether that is just liability or if it's on the total cost of that insurance premium for that vehicle. Which we don't know. So I'm waiting to hear back on that. Either way, we're gonna look at the cost, and if there's a cost that exceeds what we're projecting charging the hospital, we're gonna have to just include that into the contract change, because we don't wanna lose money doing this. Idea is, hopefully we can make a little bit of money doing it, but the way the contract's written, probably it's gonna be closer to a break-even thing. We did look at, I think when I worked on numbers, we looked at 65 cents per mile as a reimbursement rate plus time for the person that's taking the transport. And just kind of rough figured where we pretty much go in Iowa and took the differences between those times and come up with a rate. Plus it pretty much coincided with what Central Iowa Detention was charging as well. So that's kind of how the contract was developed and how we're going to function. The other side of this is we cannot operate this mental health transport under Kossuth County EMS. It cannot be under EMS protocols, it cannot be under EMS medical direction. It has to be a whole separate entity from Kossuth County EMS. Now, it can be run under Kossuth County EMS budget, it just can't be run under Kossuth County EMS as a EMS system. Okay, does that make sense? Under the state of Iowa, we cannot run mental health transport as a EMS service, but we can include it under my EMS budget if that's how you guys so choose to run this. To me, it'd probably make the most sense. I really don't want to take on another budget, or you guys, I would assume, at this point. It's not gonna be an expense. I can't see it being a huge expense. It's gonna be a huge revenue on the other side. So where it really sits, probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference, EMS wise, if we just run into that. That's been some of the delays of getting this whole thing finished, the whole thing completed, because we can't go into those protocols. They've even come down as far as saying my vehicle cannot say Kossuth County EMS on the side. We have to get a magnetic sign to put over top of that Kossuth County EMS when we use that vehicle for mental health transport. So, yeah, it's been a big learning experience. There's been a lot of hoops to jump through. The good news is the insurance companies approved the contract, so as the county attorneys approved the contract, so we should be able to fulfill the grant requirements and start providing some transport. Initially, looking at, I talked to Kendall Pals as a retired police officer. He does have experience in dealing with these type of people. He'd be a good person to do some of the transports. I plan to do some of the transports myself. If they're stable patients, we're gonna transport them. If they're a danger to themselves, danger to the others, it's probably gonna fall on law enforcement to transport those patients, or somebody with more experience than what we have to start with. So it's not intended to totally replace Central Iowa Detention. It's intended to help fill a gap. The other part of the grant that was written talked about how we have this first response within the county with that vehicle, both for medical purposes and mental health purposes. So providing that, so that a vehicle is equipped as a first response unit with a defibrillator, all the EMS supplies like our ambulances have. So the downside to this, we're gonna have to kind of balance out how we're functioning is when that vehicle's gone in mental health transport, now we've taken away that response here in Kossuth County. So it's just some things we're gonna have to look at and work through as time goes on, but I guess we're at a point now where we can continue to move forward with this transport, and hospital's excited about it. There's times when, it's 6, 8, 9 hours they have set on somebody before they get them out the door. If we can help them do that faster, we be a benefit for them. And hopefully we make a little money at doing it besides. Questions?
I have concerns about the budget aspect, especially since we're levying for ambulance. I think we need to check with Elizabeth about that.
Whether to have them separate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be good to, that's what I was thinking about that too.
Yeah, I have some concerns.
If there's any concern there.
Yeah.
Oh, can I ask you to go from there?
Just to clarify for you guys, even Central Iowa Detention can refuse a patient
if they're aggressive or combative. So then we end up transporting, even if it's not a court order, we'll help out when we can. But normally we need a court order to transport. So what Phil's talking about, if they agree through this contract with the hospital, Central Iowa is not available and you are, as long as it's a patient that meets that criteria, correct? Correct. Because if not, then they're gonna be calling us to get a court order anyway.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. This is for non-emergent or non-combative, non-aggressive type patients.
Lower
I'm not
level.
here for that, but for voluntary? You're talking voluntary transports, not court committed transports.
If it's court committed, it involves us.
I know, that's what I'm just
Now-
clarifying. I mean, I wasn't here for that, but voluntary, you're looking at
Correct.
hospitals, looking at voluntary, and the hospital currently pays.
Now, there's
Central
some
Iowa
possible changes coming down the road with the court order ones, that if they're stable, they still can go by their means than law enforcement. So where that's at in the whole process, I'm not sure, but I know there's talk on that.
Correct.
So,
And even a court order can go by a different means, because like last week, I served a court order, but the patient was also in a medical emergency, so then they went by ambulance. So it depends a lot on the patient.
so where this evolves from here, I mean, it could come down where we could help law enforcement.
Right.
If it's a court order, but it's a safe transport, we could utilize this means versus a deputy.
The verbiage on a court order usually states Kossuth County Sheriff's Office or by designee. Is how it usually states.
So that part, I haven't really dove into a lot yet, because our original focus was the grant guidelines with Kossuth Regional Hospital. Because the last thing we want to do as an EMS service is to take 2 people out of service and haul them with an ambulance when they can go by car with 1 person.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I like the principles and everything of it, but probably do need to check on the budget side of things, make sure we're not gonna have any audit issues there. But yeah, I mean, if it helps all parties out, that's.
I just thought we could add short protocols and put a page in there for this and continue on. Oh no, that's too easy.
One thing that I've noticed because we also use Central Juvenile Detention when it's like a trip to Bettendorf or something that's gonna take an officer off the road for a while, or a jailer for a while. I have called like 2 o'clock in the morning trying to get a transport from Central Juvenile Detention to pick up at Kossuth Regional. And lately they say, well, my manager's not till in until 5 a.m. so we can't get an approval yet till 5 a.m. So there's 3 more hours that patient's sitting, waiting, plus time to get from wherever they're coming from.
I've been told a lot of times, they don't leave down there until it's after 7 a.m.
Yeah, so the wait, I can attest that the wait.
So
time
if
is-
If that's an issue,
Leave until 7
talk to me outside on that, since I'm on that board.
Sure.
I'll get more specifics from you, and we actually have a meeting there on Friday, so.
I will talk to you then, because that's been a recent thing, so.
Okay, thanks for that information.
I've heard the same thing from the hospital.
Yeah.
They used to have cars like 1 and 3, and they had them spread out.
Well, yeah, and I think they still do have them spread out location wise, but if there's approval being waited on until someone comes in or whatever, I mean, it's a 24/7 facility, I don't quite understand that, so I'll have to ask questions and.
I'm sure the reason is because there's a lot of EMS services, they're going to the same thing, even Mason City has them. They don't transport overnight because of the risk, because of the safety, because of the sleep deprivation, everything else. These people are physically, are medically stable. It doesn't matter if we take them now or if we take them in 7 hours. They're gonna be okay. It's just a delayed transport. So why risk putting somebody on the road at 2 o'clock in the morning, risk of them falling asleep, deer are out, everything else, they're just delaying transport till daylight hours is what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I think they can justify doing that. There's even ambulance services that have started doing that from the ERs, and I don't know how they justify that, but they're doing it. Daylight hours only. So don't have a heart attack at midnight. You ain't going anywhere till daylight. We get calls from Mason City, we get calls from Spencer in the middle of the night, hey, can you come take transport for us? We don't have it. So, we're not looking at doing that, so don't think that we're looking at doing that here, but it is happening.
Okay, well, anyone else on the board have thoughts, or do you agree with checking with Elizabeth and confirming after that?
I think that'd be the next step to make sure we don't have any budget issues with it.
I made 2 copies of the revised contracts, and all the revision was the signature box.
Oh.
So when we approve that, if you could sign both of them, I'll get Dar to sign both of them, I'll get 1 copy back to you.
Okay.
Okay,
So when do you want it back on the agenda for approval?
let's see if we can get an answer for this next week, if possible. If not, we'll have to wait till we get an answer.
The other option you could mention to her, being as I do the medical examiner budget, is it something we can put in that, because that's a county budget, or if it's gotta be something totally separate, or.
Okay.
I don't know if it'd be that,
I don't think you could put it in that budget.
I don't know that would quite
No, 'cause
qualify.
the fund numbers wouldn't match, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we will postpone that till we get some answer. Language line solution.
Language line, we've had a few instances recently where this would have been very beneficial, where we've had 911 calls for residents that do not speak English. I know this was brought to the board a while back, and we did not move forward on it just because of who was gonna pay the cost, how it was gonna be split up, etc. I would really like to get this at least started in the EMS side, if at all possible. Our plan is not to purchase any equipment. We have Surface Pros or a laptop in all of our vehicles. We're able to put the app right on that, or we can even put the app right on our phones that are in the vehicles, and we can communicate with those pieces of equipment. The charge is $1.50 per minute. There's no charge for setup fee, there's no charge for any equipment, it's only charged if we actually use the service. I sent an email into our billing company to try to get a response back on if this is a charge that we can charge back to the patient. It doesn't sound like it's gonna be able to be charged, it'll actually be an expense of the service, so if I do find something different on that, I can let you know, but right now, the way it looks, it's gonna be a charge onto the service. We're only gonna be using it for, I can't see it being a long time. I talked to the staff on as far as transfers go, because transfers would be our longest extended period. And they said their intent with the transfers is a lot of times when they go to get the patient for transfer, they're already on this language solutions with the hospital. Hospital already has it set up. So they said a lot of times they just talk to the patient through this translation service and find out exactly what's going on with that patient, and then eliminates the need for it en route, or very little use of it en route. So it's not, my concern is we're going to Iowa City and we have it turned on for 3 hours. That can add up to a pretty decent expense, and they said they don't see where that ever would happen, where we'd have to have it on full time on a transfer. So we may not use a lot of transfers unless, something changes with the patient. We could call in at that time and are able to talk to the patient. 911s is kind of the biggest situation, because we come upon a patient who's down, we have no way to, ask them any questions as far as what's going on with them, what their situation is. We try to use a translation app on our phones, a free one, and they work very poorly. You need to speak very clear, and most of the time the people just look at us like, what are you trying to read the back, or what are you guys trying to say? This doesn't make sense to them. So the hospital uses this system. They've had very good luck with it. I guess if I can do it without an initial cost and only a cost of a per minute usage, if that's something you guys are okay with me pursuing and put it in place. I can't see us using it more than a couple, 3 times a month. But if there's no monthly fee, there's only a fee for what we use. It won't be expensive unless we actually use it.
Yeah, I think that was one of my biggest concerns, or ours, when we were talking about it before, is figuring out how many devices we'd need or whatever, and if that's not the case for EMS, the little bit of actual usage probably won't amount to that much.
It's something the hospital uses, so we have history with it, and it does work very well in the hospital.
And that fits within your own levy too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not expecting much of a monthly bill with this at all, but
It has a potential for saving a life, I'd say you do it.
Yeah, I think I mean, you already touched on the transfers. As long as we're just using it as
using
needed,
it correctly.
it should be justifiable.
So was the question before on the equipment purchase? Cause Nick's not here, but I can't imagine for vehicle registration and driver's license, and even for my office, the access to use the Google Translate on the phone, it's not a smooth way to communicate. Was that the issue that they?
For the countywide, I believe it was with the expense of like the equipment.
So like $50,000-$60,000.
It was quite a bit.
Yeah, cause it depends on how many different devices we need and in all the different offices and stuff. I mean, if we had one in the courthouse and people kind of shared it around, maybe,
Maybe some way.
but if everyone.
Well, that's why I wondered if there was some way, if you said it was laptop.
Yeah, why
accessible
can't you
or
put it
phone.
on your laptop and one person in each department have their laptop or two, and you can just take the laptop off the counter?
And I
get it.
not everyone has laptops.
Yeah.
That's-
Another
But if it
issue,
was a,
another issue was that you guys talked about was on the billing, how do we separate
Yeah,
who used this and who used that? And maybe once we
And
get in
that's-
place and see how the billing actually works, then we can answer that question.
well,
How we
and
can set it up.
yours should be separated anyway for the levy. So that is one aspect of it too, but yeah, just, there is a lot of unanswered questions at that point in time.
Well, for the time being, I'd make a motion to approve
For
the
EMS,
agreement for EMS to use language-wide solutions.
okay, we have a motion on the floor, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
I,
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carried unanimous. Then, credit management discussion, Phil.
So credit management is it's a company I've used in the past. I've used, when I did building up in Sway City as well. I did send out for some quotes from some other companies through recommendations from our billing company. So what this credit management is, it's a way to collect our bad debts. What I found out over history, usually when we have bad ambulance debts, it's usually from somebody out of state, somebody from out of area. It's normally not our residents. Normally our residents find a way to pay their bill or make payments on a bill. It's the people that don't live here that don't respond when we send out debt. So it's not fair to our residents, our taxpayers supporting the service, and then we don't go after the people that don't pay their bill. In the past, Algona used Iowa Offset. We may continue to use Iowa Offset. The disadvantage to Iowa Offset is we only go after residents of Iowa. We do not go over anybody that's traveling through the area or doesn't live in Iowa. We also don't collect from them if they don't get a tax return or win at the casino or some kind of lottery. So we don't get a lot of excess from Iowa Offset, but it is an option in addition to this. this billing, this credit management company charges 32% on accounts. We only pay them if we collect. So there's no charge if they do not collect any debt. We only pay them on debt that's uncollectible. So our billing company right now sends out late notices, they send out threatening letters, they make phone calls, they do everything they can to try to collect this debt before it's ever turned over as bad debt. So we're doing what we can to collect them, but there's always gonna be bad debt. The reason I'm bringing it to your attention now, right now, we do not have any bad debt on Kossuth County EMS books. We're 9 months in right now, we still don't have any, but we're probably gonna see some. But with the closing of the Algona books and the closing of the Sway City books, if there's bad debt that can be sitting there for the last 5-6 years, however long it's been, be a way to possibly collect some of that debt moving forward, instead of just writing it off the books and not seeing any of it.
Phil, have you talked to Todd Holmes about that at all? Because
I have not.
you might want to talk to him because they do like court debt that they're, not collecting. So you might want to talk to Todd. I don't know if it's anything he can do or not, but I talked to him first.
No, I did not. This is how I'd done it in the past. I didn't know if that was an option. I didn't know that was an option, but I can sure.
I don't know if it is or not, but he does do some collection.
I feel like there's a specifically with debt for court proceedings.
It might be, but I checked with him first.
Like I say, this isn't something that's pressing because we don't have anything right now to send to them. It's just.
Yeah, because that might save you.
We discussed this at our meeting the other day. I'm just kind of bringing stuff to you guys that we discussed and.
Yep.
Yeah.
But if we can table that and I'll talk to Todd before we act on that.
Any other thoughts from the board on that? Okay, well, we'll table that for now too. Next, potential change to the employee handbook.
So in you guys' packet, or what I sent in with this, was the sheets that were using from when we were reviewing the employee handbook. And the next section up was reviewing vacation time. And then we sent it off to the attorneys to look at, so we never got to discuss this vacation time. And my concern with vacation time is for my EMS staff, this does not include me, this is just the EMS staff. Their normal scheduled work week is 48 hours. They work 3 16-hour regular shifts. So we give them 40 hours of vacation after a year. They can't take a week off because they work 48 hours. I know the sheriff's office and the jail has different rules on their vacation time based on their hours. So we had this in this, that Donna and I had worked on and talked about, but it never went any further than that. It's kind of coming up to be vacation time. I just wondered if there's something that we could do with that language in the handbook too. We started this before we started Kossuth County EMS and.
Correct. I think that's the handbook in general. I'm not gonna, this isn't meant to be a criticism. Change isn't really the right word because it was never in there, but we also have other departments that their contracts have ended, so those are not clear, and so the confusion is the lack of clarity on what is actually approved by you guys.
And until we get the handbook back from Ehlers and Cooney, it's hard to see what's there and what isn't, because like she said, the union contract of the sheriff's office has ended and that's not currently in our handbook.
Yeah. So when questions arise, you really don't have anything to go to, and I think that's been a question for payroll, a question for so it's back to your rabbit hole of things. Things just kind of go into the rabbit hole.
And I did get a copy of our handbook for CIJDC back from Ann actually this morning. And that's a whole nother topic, but we had also sent our handbook to them, and when I've been on the phone with her about that, I asked her what status of ours was, and she said it's it's on the list, but she's hoping, she hasn't completed it yet, but she's hoping to get to it soon, so. I'm hoping we get some answers back soon, but that's just because I've talked to her for CIJDC as well, so. I guess it's whether we deal with one thing at a time, or if we deal with it all together, and then everyone's gonna say the same thing.
Yeah, cause I'm assuming when that handbook comes back, we're still gonna have to hash through and see what translation has happened even between her review. I mean, I'm sure she's gonna meet the legal definitions, but then we've got the operation.
The policy side
The
of it.
operation definitions of how things have gone and where they fit.
Yep.
Yes, and it's been probably 2.5 years still. It's been taking a long time.
Anyone on the board got any thoughts?
Did she give you a time frame when she said she was getting to it soon? And I know that's a weird question, but we've got July 1st, there's significant changes even with our insurance. And so there's so many little caveats in that handbook that it's really hard to even discuss or talk about.
Doesn't Melissa need to know what the hours is pretty soon?
Well, right now, it's
right
just
now
the
it's-
same.
Well, we just went by what was in the handbook because EMS was never added into it. Cause we started doing all this EMS addition, but it never finished, so it just went by what the general language is after 1 year is 40 hours.
It's five,
There
I think
was
it
a-
says 5 working days after 1 year, and then 10 working days after
2 to
Two.
8.
Yep,
8
and
to
then,
18, and then over 18.
yeah,
But again, there's multiple departments.
But it says
EMS
in parentheses 40 hours,
Right,
because if it was 5 working days and mine
Right,
were
then you'd
16-hour days, that'd be 80 hours. And
but for the jail, that, it doesn't matter, like the jail staff, they get, and it's different, because I'd have to look at it, cause I don't know off the
because
top of
that's
my
what I
head.
think they're.
But they have, yeah, they're reviewing that, because they can carry over a different amount. So, because they get 5 working days at 12 hours, but they don't get 7, even though they work 7 days, they don't get 7 days, they get 5 at 12 hours. The jail staff. So,
Well, 5 at 12 hours would be
60.
60.
Yeah. So, it
But
doesn't
again,
have,
that was what was in, that's not in the handbook, it clarified, it says the 5 days, but that, I think
Yeah.
comes back to that.
their union
I'm assuming that,
contract.
I mean, not
Yeah.
aware of the union contract, but I'm assuming that's where that wording comes from. So we don't have anything
No, I don't,
currently in place for those
no,
departments.
I don't think in the handbook it has hours, it just says days.
And we're helping you out, aren't we?
I mean, I didn't think we'd have an answer today, I really didn't. It's just stuff that we talked at our meeting back on April 8th, so I just wanted to bring you guys' attention. It's something we're gonna have to look at though, because they should be able to have a week off. And not be penalized pay-wise for that week.
How far are we on the?
Pardon me?
How far are they on the handbook, do you know?
I didn't get I don't know if she started it yet.
So really, we don't have any.
We don't have
rules for
anything
EMS.
back. No.
Well, there's multiple departments, I mean, HR isn't even in there, quite honestly, the EMS is not in there. You know, and then there's not the updates to, like, law enforcement, the changes in there, I mean,
Yeah.
and in secondary, I mean, how we handle the secondary roads is, this is the handbook, but there may be things in your bargaining unit that are separate from that, so
Yeah.
that we can at least send them that way, but for these other departments, it's very ambiguous on what we're supposed to.
EMS follows handbook pretty closely. I'd say probably the only deviation from the handbook is gonna be on the vacation time, because we use the same holidays, we use all that's the same. So it's just gonna be on the vacation hours, because our hours, we work 24-hour shifts, so just throws a little difference into it, just like.
Just the difference in scheduling.
Yeah.
Well, you guys got any thoughts for today? Or continue hounding our attorneys to get a draft back and deal with it then, or?
Is that information that we can give to the attorneys to say that this is something that we're?
I think that was already included in our notes, wasn't it?
They were sent
Yeah.
the template and then with our
The notes.
changes,
Comments, yeah.
our working document that we were working on, granted, some of it just stalemated, but they were sent that in those notes, they were sent.
Was that included with the notes, the EMS
Yes.
hours?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in the notes.
it's in the
Yeah, it
notes in the
is.
site.
So I guess we're at that point where we just kinda have to wait for
Just
them
wait for
to
that.
get back to us.
But I think it's good for, that if nothing else, that's kind of why I'm here, we need to keep on, we can't hound them, obviously, and I know you've had, but it's been there since September, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And we probably didn't send it until we were a year and a half into reviewing it. We weren't moving forward.
Which is part of why it feels like it's taken forever.
Yes,
'Cause
yes,
it
so it's
has.
not all on them, but I think it's just, again, there's been changes, and we don't have an updated handbook.
Yep. Well, keep it higher on the priority list.
Cause pretty soon you're gonna have people that have been there a year.
I do,
Yeah,
because we honored their original hire
Hire
date, so
Right.
I have some that have accrued their 40 hours and put in for vacation for this summer, and it's like, well, how am I gonna get paid?
well, I mean, prior to a policy change, they should be able to use comp time or something else to supplement it, right?
So the nice thing is, the one thing that I wanted to achieve with this new scheduling, moving from Algona to Kossuth County, was to keep this comp time thing down. We do have the opportunity to earn comp time, but my current payroll, out of the 8 employees I have, we have a total of 20 hours of comp time on the books. When we were with Algona, we had pretty much everybody maxed out at 80 hours apiece.
Okay, that's good.
So we really reduced the overtime, we really reduced that stuff. Now, I'm not saying they still have the opportunity, they can move some to that for the people that don't have vacation time accrued and they want to take some time off, they can work on that, but as of right now, it's very little.
Okay. Well, anything further for discussion on this today? Otherwise,
Thanks for your time.
beat the dead horse another time.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks. Alright,
All done.
yeah, you want to call Doug?
Hey,
Take a 2-minute break.
Hi Doug, we'll be ready in a couple minutes for right away. Yep, thanks.
Just started.
It's early. It is. We're starting today.
I planted a whole 40 acres last night.
Okay.
The corn or beans, Roger?
Corn, just had to get the planter set, and
Yeah.
make sure everything worked, and it takes longer to start.
Yeah.
And then he changed tractors on these.
Okay.
Shouldn't have power shifts. I gotta look to see what I'm doing now. Needs to be so pretty hard. It's all organic.
Yeah, right?
I'm getting some from nice flower pots. Oh, that garden, it looks like I should be starting one.
I think you can get all kinds of topsoil.
It's good and healthy.
And grow pretty flowers.
I'm not looking at vegetables. Herbs and spices. Herbs. And no, not the funny kind of herbs. There will be no growing with the devil's lettuce.
Alright, Doug, we are ready for construction in the right of way.
We do not have any applications. We've been discussing with Ron Munson, and there is a kind of a proposal that Ron has been visiting with us about. This is over north of Wesley on R14, County Road R14. Ron recently purchased land on the east side of the road. There are tile that outlet into the road ditch and then go through a large 117 inch by 79 inch corrugated metal pipe. And Ron is proposing to redo some of the outlets and get those so that they are actually outletting on the apron of the culvert and then clearing out that waterway and repairing that, restoring it back so it would be tillable. I just want to make sure if Ron would come in with all of the application and sign, would it be okay for the road department, the county engineer's office, to give Ron verbal permission to do this work? Kossuth County is providing material to from the corrugated metal pipe out inlet to the tile, so they got good material there, and it'll get it outside of the road right away. that would be, and then also, I think some little riprap, because there is some washing alongside of that, culvert, some riprap to protect that bank. Ron would be responsible for replacing that stuff, so just wanna make sure that the board is okay with that, otherwise I guess we can bring the permit, next week. If he turns it in, we'll go from there.
He's doing the work himself.
I believe he's having ready gravel and excavating, doing the work.
They want to have another situation.
Yeah.
It's a reputable, yes.
Do we have that bonding requirement added to that yet, or?
Not yet, I do have some information that I want to talk about during our discussion about that, so.
Well, I think as long as it's ready, I would have a problem with it. As long, I should say, as long as it's a bonded contractor, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Fine by me.
Insurable contract.
Insurable,
Insured.
yes.
Insured.
Okay, so it is all right with the board of supervisors?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That is all that we have for, work in the construction of the road right away. For discussion, I guess I'd like to talk a little bit about the secondary road budget and the county budget for that matter. Yesterday, there was a meeting, and I know I've already visited with a lot of road employees, and they are concerned about road department and road department budget. And I heard about this yesterday while I was eating dinner. It was reported by WHO TV out of Des Moines. Supervisor Chair Kyle Stecker said some of the ways they had taxed in the past were no longer allowed due to a new law called House File 718, which meant less money could be taxed. In an already tight budget discussion, he told the group that the libraries could be fully funded only if there was a reduction in the road department spending. So far, the board has not been able to come to a consensus about reducing the road department budget. I believe, and this is quoted, I believe we need to rein in spending, and that starts with our own secondary road budget, said Stecker. Again, quotes, I would personally support restoring library funding to the levels in the current budget in the form of a budget amendment after the fiscal year starts, if we as a board can come up with an agreement in reduction to the secondary road budget to the tune of $200,000 per fiscal year. I just want to make sure that everybody understands expenditures in service area 7 that is in your budget for current fiscal year. Total expenditures that are budgeted for current fiscal year is $12,902,762. For the year that you are budgeting for, the dollar amount is $10,059,450. So I believe that is that is less expenditures. Further, if you go to service area 0, and if you look at roadway construction, actual roadway construction in fiscal year 23, which was just completed, was $4,182,418. For budget year this year, it's $2,867,295. And for budget year, what we are coming up to, it's $2 million. That's capital projects, roadway construction. And again, the roads and transportation under expenditure summary is just what I just read to you. So expenditures for the road department are being reduced. Will everyone please agree on that?
By 20% or so, isn't it?
Okay, now, evidently, there's some sort of amendment coming up already in July. And we have one board member, the chair of the Board of Supervisors, making statements, and I wasn't here, maybe you were incorrectly quoted. But the quote had to do with reducing expenditures more in the road department. Is that true? Was that the quote?
That is.
Okay, so I offered, this was on the 9th of April, I offered ways to reduce expenditures. And we're not, I've already contacted the seasonal mowers. I told them they were not needed. We're not mowing roadsides. The answer on the phone from the road department, from the foreman, from any road department employee is going to be the following. The Kossuth County Board of Supervisors has reduced the expenditures in the secondary road budget. The Kossuth County Board of Supervisors and Kossuth County Engineer has determined that mowing roadsides is a way that will reduce costs. Because of this, the secondary road department is not regularly mowing roadways in calendar year 2024. It's important for the Board of Supervisors when people come in here and ask that same question, that be the answer. If you get a group of people and all of a sudden you're going to want to have roadside mowing started, it's going to be difficult to control expenditures. Okay? The same thing for painting edge lines. We've decided not to paint edge lines on the roads. The same answer will be said, and it's important. Now, if there are more expenditures that the board would like to take away from the road department, please let me know. But I don't know where you're going to trim $200,000 from. And I don't know, is the board's intention, is it the Board of Supervisors' intention to solve the library budget by reducing expenditures in secondary roads?
I don't know, all the dollars would come from the secondary roads, but there may be reduction in multiple areas to reach that, and to have a definite answer right now, we wouldn't even know. The discussions will be had, yes, that there may be some reductions in different areas of expenditures. So not just the secondary roads, I think we'll have to look at some other areas too. But with the secondary roads being a large portion of the budget, there is going to be some expenditures reduced a little bit to help cover that.
So how do you expect a department head to, I mean, it would be very, very easy. No, I'm going to say it this way. It takes a lot of work to keep secondary roads in as good a shape as what they are. Kossuth County has very good secondary roads. It's because of the employees in the secondary road department. It's because of employees in the engineer's office. We could allow the secondary roads to go to hell. Simply put, in a hurry. It doesn't take that much planning. But it does take planning in order to keep the roads in as good a shape as what they want. How do you expect a department head, you just passed a budget, and now I'm hearing that in July, you're going to amend the budget and you are going to change area totals. Is that what I just heard? Is that what the board is saying? Carter, I mean, it's yours. I don't think Jack and Roger are going to say that. I've heard it twice. I've heard it from two people. Carter, what are you going to say?
I think our budget amendment is more focused on the library expenses, even if that came to simply reducing the fund balance. I mean, I totally get where you're coming from there. As a department, how do you plan for anything when the board?
So would you support reducing expenditures that are in the budget today in July?
Depends how that looks, but
Well, I
I would
can't,
prefer not to change anything.
well, I can't go out, order up equipment. I can't go out, let projects, knowing that the budget is not passed. In essence, you all should have voted no, what you're saying. I mean, you voted yes on a budget. You shouldn't have voted for it. Because you're saying we're gonna change it already in July. The first week of the damn fiscal year, we're gonna go change it. That's what you're saying to me. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're meaning?
No, I don't support doing that.
Yeah, but you're gonna do it.
Well, I don't know that.
Okay, we have a ending budget, ending balance, $150,000 next year, next fiscal year, if that happens. What is the solution for the board? What is the board gonna come up with? Because right now you're using money out of the balance to operate the road department. Have you ever given that any thought? Anyone? I mean, are you going to provide to the rural citizens of Kossuth County that use rural roads, secondary roads, are you expecting that service to be the same as what it is? It's already been reduced.
It's already been changed, yeah.
But what is the expectation of the Board of Supervisors?
It's gonna be less, because your budget's gonna be cut by a couple $1 million. Can't be the same.
Well, we're talking about expenditures, and if you're gonna have the same expenditures, you gotta have revenue. So, I mean, what is the plan? You've got to be able to look. When you do a budget, the idea isn't to get to April 23rd and then it's over. The budget should be something that gets you through the next 3 or 4 years. Anything? Okay, so how are you gonna be treating the road department? There's a bunch of road employees wanna know. I'm asking. Kyle, you brought it up. How are you going to, first of all, what you say is not true. Expenditures in the road department are decreasing. They're not increasing. It's in your own budget that you just voted against.
Decreasing over the highest dollars they've ever been because of
Well,
budget amendments.
When bridges are coming in at 60% higher than what they were in 2018, when road resurfacing is coming in over 60% higher than what it was in 2017, when equipment is coming in higher, when routine maintenance of the equipment is getting more difficult because of increased prices, what do you expect? What is it? Do you just expect us to run on the same dollar?
I think we're gonna have to have solutions to
Okay,
cut
give me the
expense.
solutions. Again, we gotta start preparing. We can't just get a year from today and be in the same boat. Next December, next January, we're gonna have some new board members. We aren't gonna start budget till January. I would assume that's typically what happens. What is the plan? What do you want the expenditures to be?
Well, currently, we have $3.5 million budgeted for new equipment. We've got 1.1 that's spent. My
No. let's not talk line items, let's talk budget figures.
That's a line item in the budget.
Yeah, let's talk total budget, cause this budget you passed today had no line items on it at all. It had expenditures. Let's talk expenditures. Let's talk revenue.
That is an expenditure.
Here, you just don't get it. I'll go without, so you don't wanna buy equipment. We got 1 million in the next year. We got $1 million in that line item. I won't spend it. But I want a commitment from the Board of Supervisors that when a machine is broke down and we cannot plow snow, or we cannot provide the service, when that person calls, there's gotta be an answer. Sorry, we could not buy any equipment this year, so we gotta wait for that piece of equipment to be repaired. Therefore, the service that we are providing today is not as good as what it was in the past. That's fine. But I just want that commitment.
And we have 6 trucks that we bought in this last year, and 4 of them still are not on the road, is that correct?
That's correct. We are dependent on a third party to get that work completed. And if you go back to 2018, we did not have a third party doing that, therefore that third party cost was not part of the budget. We were fortunate to have an employee who did that work. Things change. When that employee retired, I mentioned it to the board. He saved Kossuth County a lot of money. Did it himself, knew what was going on. That's in the past. We gotta start talking about the future.
What purpose does buying more trucks on top of that if we don't have 4 trucks that we already have that are brand new that aren't on the road?
Well, since it's taking that much longer, we should have already bought 2 chassis and had them prepared so that they can't do it. If you wait for everything to break down and then buy it, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen overnight.
It's not like going to Chemist and buying a new vehicle.
So, again, I just want, if that's what it is, if that's what the board wants, the Board of Supervisors chooses to save money by not buying equipment, please be prepared. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but if it does, that will be the reason. We don't have equipment that is well maintained. We have equipment that is old. I mean, I don't understand. I certainly hope that secondary roads is not the lowest priority for the Kossuth County Board of Supervisors. I'm still waiting for the priority of cuts, as well as other department heads. We haven't been given anything. Can we at least agree? I'd like all 5 of you to be able to say expenditures in the secondary road department are not as great as what they are in the current fiscal year. The budgeted expenditures for fiscal year 2025 are less than the budgeted expenditures in the current year of 2024.
Correct. Yeah.
So why do you say then that we gotta rein in spending? I think that was the quote.
I think you know my answer by now. We've had a lot of conversations.
Let's get it out. Let's get it out in the open. What is the answer? I don't know it. The people that are listening right now want to know it. Is it your desire to reduce the amount of labor in the road department? Is it your desire to reduce the amount of equipment in the road department? is it your desire then, because you're gonna be reducing the labor in the road department and equipment in the road department, to provide less of a service to the people that use the county roads? Is that it?
I think I have had very clear concerns over several things. And I'm not interested in responding to questions in that manner right now. We've gone time and time again with answering the same questions, and yet you say they're unanswered. I would disagree, but
You would
we can-
disagree with what?
the fact that your questions are unanswered. I think I've made my position fairly clear.
Well, then just make it clear again. Carter, Josh, Roger, Jack, is that your position?
We're gonna have less services on the money that was put in the budget this year.
I'd say Kossuth County would have to be in a very, very bad spot in order for me to wanna cut staff out of the road department. I mean, that's kind of the way I see that as a
What is
lot.
the budget, what is an ending balance of $150,000 in the
Well-
road department?
It's not good.
Cause next year, if that's what it is, and we're already using over $1 million of balance, where's that $1 million gonna come from, Carter?
Oh, I hear you, yeah. I don't think that's the first place.
So I don't know where the money's gonna come.
Yeah.
I mean, in all actuality, the Iowa code allows for counties to levy 16 7/8 cents from the general fund. And $3.38 in the rural service, I shouldn't say the general fund, the general valuations, the taxable values of all the counties. And $3.38 in the rural areas. Right now, the road department's getting $1.48, less than half. We are levying the max for all properties in Kossuth County. However, the legislature has capped the dollars that can increase. That puts a bind on every county. When I talk to other engineers, other counties, they don't seem to have the same problem that Kossuth County has. So somehow, there's one of two things gonna happen. If we have an ending balance at the end of this fiscal year of $150,000, we either reduce expenditures by whatever revenue can increase, cannot increase. If there's a shortage of revenue, the budget's gonna show it. It's a challenge. And I want the Board of Supervisors to make those decisions. I don't need to be thrown under the bus with quotes to WHO, with quotes on KLGA. When the board does not have pride in secondary roads, we got a problem. And you better be telling your constituents that these roads are too good, we gotta do some changing. Would anyone else like to speak about the budget? The road department, the Iowa DOT road budget was submitted April 9th. It is not the same as what the budget this morning was submitted. I don't know when I can amend it, to be honest with you, but it's gonna have to be amended so that both the budgets are the same. I asked the board prior to the 9th to get your budget to where you wanted it. Does anyone disagree with that statement, I guess?
The only thing that changed was the location some of the dollars were coming from. The dollars didn't change.
The expenditures out of the secondary road department fund is changed.
Location, yes.
The
Not
dollars out of the secondary road department fund has changed, which causes an amendment. I am not going to allow Kossuth County to get in trouble with the Iowa Department of Transportation. The Board of Supervisors has already done enough in this fiscal year to get in trouble with the Department of Transportation in the state of Iowa. Now, doggone it, it's difficult to work when no communication is going on, no advice. It is. It's terrible. And then, to get an answer like that, you caused it. You called up the auditor on a weekend and changed the damn budget. Yes, you did. Take the money out of general supplemental and have it come out of the secondary road fund. That changed everything.
We talked about it as a board that we would have to move stuff back across the funds and undo the stuff we previously did to balance our ending fund balances to hit our targets.
Well,
That was-
now the result of that, the consequence of that decision now is that this Iowa Department of Transportation budget is not the same as the county budget. And it needs to be changed. It needs to be amended. I don't know when it can be amended. If that's gonna happen in July, and then still don't know what's gonna happen with the libraries. I'm a supporter of libraries. I'm a supporter of economic development. I am a supporter of everything. But don't fix it by reducing what secondary roads can do. We're all in this together. Here is our current road crossing with tile, the policy. It outlines what Kossuth County will do. It also outlines if they would like to do it according to drainage, the steps that are needed. According to 468 of the Iowa Code, chapter 468. If this is approved and adopted, it'll obviously have a date change. And the only change that we would recommend is that right now, our policy, the statement on an open cut, which is on page 2, and it's shown in blue. Right now, we pay for the cost of materials to cross road right-of-way. That's the way it is in writing. As a practice, we have been providing the materials to cross the road right-of-way. That way we know that we're getting the product that we want. So The only change in the policy will be to provide materials. We are going through our application for crossing. We do have a contractor listed there. We are going to put in that they need to have, a contractor has to have insurance. If the board desires for a bond to be placed with each crossing, we can certainly do that. Do it in some sort of a cashier's check. I believe that $5,000 would be adequate if it's not put in correctly. Kossuth County could go fix it and we would keep the $5,000. I don't know what the board's, I'd like to know the board's feeling on that. Should it be higher? Should it be lower? And I would have that from the owner of the land, not necessarily the contractor.
I don't think 5,000 substantial. I think twice about getting the right information as far as how to install it in Kentucky. That's a pretty sizable chunk of change for any contractor, so.
All right.
Would we be able to have the landowner or the contractor provide that? Because some landowners may not be able or willing, but if their contractor provides it, I guess that's still the insurance that we need to make sure the job's done correctly.
Well, the contractor's gonna do the work.
If the contractor's doing the work, the landowner's gonna be paying.
Yeah.
Right.
And if somebody's putting in tile, I would assume that they're gonna have more than $5,000 to pay a contractor for tile. So I would like to have it be a landowner. That way the landowner knows it's got to be done correctly.
I'm fine with that. I just think an either or would be more flexibility, but I don't have an issue with that.
But you said that's to be some proof of insurance or whatever.
Yeah, we will ask, and a lot of local contractors already have insurance certificates naming Kossuth County as additional insured. Every year we get one. We just have it in a file. That's not uncommon. We have a lot of contractors that happens, and utility companies that are already working in the road right away. So that may already be on file. It wouldn't necessarily be with the application.
Yeah, well, that insurance.
We could create a list of Kossuth County list of responsible contractors as well, and if they're on a responsible list, waive some of the needs for some of the information as well. Right now, for example, for secondary roads, when we bid a construction project, we give bidding proposals out to people that are on the Iowa Department of Transportation qualified bidders list. If they are not on it, we will give them an estimating proposal, but not a bidding proposal. We can create our own list of workers as well. Well, we'll get that application and I'll go over that with the board. If you would please review this, and next week we'll talk about it. If those are acceptable, we will have that on the board's agenda the following week to renew that or to approve the amendment.
Okay.
Get my notes. Okay. I've been driving gravel roads, and gravel roads are in very good shape, I think. I guess I was wondering what the board felt about beginning 4-day work weeks for the road department.
Summer's here, so.
I was thinking about sometime beginning in May, maybe May 6th or so.
Sounds good.
Does the board have any issue with that?
Don't we typically do it a little later?
We do. But this year,
This year,
we did not have much of a winter.
yeah, spring came early.
I have some photographs of some property that had quite a bit of wind erosion. They're in your folder.
Did you take these in the last week?
No,
Oh, cause I remember I took a couple and sent it to the landowner a few weeks ago too.
you sent it to the landowner or you sent it to the tenant?
Or excuse me, the tenant, yeah,
I've been visiting with the landowner
okay.
and I will be writing a letter to the landowner. Somebody went ahead and started cleaning that area, section 9 Prairie Township. I stopped by yesterday, informed them they did not have a permit to work in the road right away. This was not the tenant, it was some sort of in-law.
Okay.
I don't believe they stopped. They moved to another road that has a similar situation in, I think it's section 24 of Wesley, maybe 23 of Wesley, and started working on that last night. I told that operator, and I told a person that called that they don't have permission to work in the road right away. Whatever they do, don't go up to that other road machine and start doing it. They did it anyway. These are tenants. And the person I talked to told me they're just trying to be good stewards of the land. And that's a quote by excavating that material.
Well, a good steward would have been they wouldn't let it be road like that.
When I brought that up, they didn't want to talk about that.
That's being a good steward, not to let it.
So,
go up the dirt.
Right.
will the board support me
Absolutely.
if this is going on? Other people start cleaning out road ditch. Will the board support me?
And I will.
Yeah, I think it'd be I think it's good that you're sending a letter to the landowner. They need to be aware about that.
Is your plan to clean it out with our equipment and haul the material away, or what?
Yes.
Okay,
And try to restore the road ditch at their expense. They've already done it. If we have to reseed,
Yep.
I don't know.
It's a lot of dirt.
At least you shouldn't be digging in the ditch with teeth on the bucket, digging up the side that's down in the bottom.
I would think you'd be able to feel the difference, but
Well, you got teeth.
We also had a-
through it.
We also had a landowner decide to go out and maintain his own roads. They were maintained on the 5th of April, he did it on the 6th of the 7th. And I was notified about it on the 11th. That's a little bit difficult. All I have is a motor grader in a guy's yard. I did not catch the guy doing it, but it's pretty obvious he went and did it. I hope that the board didn't tell this person to go out and maintain his road.
Is that down by St. Joe?
Yes, it is.
I think I know the situation there.
What is the situation?
No, I think I know who you're talking about.
Was he given permission to do that?
No.
Okay. Construction. The bridge south of Titanca, they're driving north pure piling. Today, they're supposed to start. So that's going on the north side. South side, they'll be decking soon. Merriman poured their bridge deck last Monday, and now they're starting the barrier rail down by George Gunter's. Resurfacing, they started crushing gravel, and we have a pre-construction conference on Thursday for that work. And we are doing road maintenance up by, well, actually we're over by Wesley now. The blacktop service is crack filling roads. We finished a road up to the north end yesterday, they finished. We had a good safety meeting on April 19th. I'd really like to get some quotes on equipment, however, due to uncertainties with our budget, I've got to evaluate everything. I'd like to we need a loader, we need a motor grader. That's all the road department. I, as zoning administrator, am traveling to a Floyd County wind energy conversion system. They invited me over. There's a workshop, I'm going to that. And still waiting on financial assurance for the Waste Management Association.
Doug, the road up north that they recently finished crack filling and stuff, which road was that?
830 by Lead Yard.
Okay.
I mean, we have plans, or we have a quote to repair the road south of Sway City from Highway 9 to 842.
Okay.
It's about $300,000. Do you want that road to stay in the condition it's in and worsen, or would you like that repaired?
You're gonna be there.
What repairs does that entail? Crack filling or?
We will be slurry leveling all the holes and putting a full micro surface on it.
Okay. How about R14? I know we talked about that before.
We're planning to slurry level that. And again, if the board doesn't want me to maintain paved roads, let me know now, because we can start saving money.
No, I think the road south of Sway City needs attention. There's a lot of substantial.
That's not the only road in Kossuth County that needs attention. There's a lot of roads. I mean,
Going past Michelson Marsh, it's starting to get worse.
we do have some plans on maintenance on that. Kossuth County has approximately 973 square miles, largest in the state. Kossuth County has approximately 1,647 miles of open roads. No other county in Iowa has a larger road system. Kossuth County has 39 secondary road employees. 38 counties in the state of Iowa have a larger number of secondary road employees than what Kossuth County has. Kossuth County's ratio of open mile roads per secondary road employee is 42.239 miles per employee. One county in the state has a larger ratio of miles per secondary road employee. Kossuth County's ratio of Area 7 expenses per miles of open road is $6,388.30 per mile of road. 70 counties in the state of Iowa have ratios of Area 7 expenditures per miles of open roads larger. 70. I think what Kossuth County is doing in the road department is pretty good. Something to be proud of. Not something to be negative about. And I would hope, again, that the board is not going to let that get poor. Take pride in that. And if you do want it to be poorer, please let me know.
Alright, anything further from the board for Doug? Alright, thanks Doug.
You're welcome.
Are you ready for discussion with auditor?
Yeah, I didn't think I have anything.
Okay. Jack?
2 meetings at Board of Health last week, had some new people from the state there, introducing themselves. Just talked over some general stuff there. And then yesterday had early childhood, had a recertification in the state, went well. So, doesn't like there's been any problems with the state as far as getting recertified, just a lot of unanswered questions as far as how much the state you're cutting or whether they're still gonna work with regional early childhood organization. I explained to you problems we had with regionalization, especially with mental health years ago. We got 21, 22 counties, it was a disaster. So it's working a lot better now that we only have about 8 counties or 9 counties involved with our mental health. Everybody given that, so that would be a disaster if they went to regionalization. That's all up in the air yet, but that sounds like we should get recertified, no problem, so.
Okay.
And somebody, well, you'll have to think about who you want to put on that board next year. Start thinking out, it'll be Board of Health and Early Childhood, both of need a representative from the board on both of those.
Oh,
I didn't have a meeting last week.
okay.
I was gonna have KCDC meeting, but that got canceled because of tornado warnings. Other than that, I did not have any meetings.
No meeting, maybe a couple this next week.
I got CIJDC on Friday, as I mentioned earlier when we were talking on the mental health transport stuff, so. That's what I had.
Okay.
Or will have. Anything else for discussion here? Roger, if you got a minute afterwards, I'll talk to you on a repair request. It's right, but on the border between our 2 districts, so I can mention that and we'll get the paperwork filled out for that, but otherwise, that's all I got.
Motion adjourned.
Alright, okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. We are adjourned at 12:18.